So फिर इस बोल दिया बस नहीं बोलो ना a very A very good morning to one and all present here. I, Hanchita Yadav, would like to take this opportunity to welcome Director MNNIT Allahabad, Professor R.S. Verma Sir, Foreign Faculty Expert Dr. Vipro Dhar, Head of Department, Biotechnology Professor Manisha Sachan, Principal Coordinator Dr. Joyabrata, Coordinator Dr. Rupika Sinha, faculty members, guests and participants to the GIAN course on conventional and emerging bioprocesses for waste and wastewater treatment, organized by Department of Biotechnology, Motilal Nehru National Institute of Technology, Allahabad. GIAN, a flagship program of Ministry of Education, Government of India, aims to tap the talent pool of scientists and entrepreneurs internationally to encourage their engagement with the institutes of higher education in India to augment the country's existing academic resources, accelerate the pace of quality reform, and elevate India's scientific and technological capacity to global excellence. The present course aims to examine environmental bioprocesses for waste and wastewater treatment, covering both established and emerging bioprocesses such as the aerobic activated sludge process, anaerobic digestion, microbial electrochemical technologies, and so on, through a blend of theoretical understanding and hands-on calculation. To begin this auspicious occasion, I would like to request all the dignitaries to please come forward and light the lamp. Thank you, everyone. I would like to request Preeti to greet Director MNNIT Professor R.S. Verma Sir with a bouquet of flowers. Now I request Devjyoti to greet our foreign faculty Dr. Vipro Dhar, Associate Professor in Department of Environmental Engineering, University of Alberta, Canada, with bouquet of flowers. Now I would like to request Amit to welcome Professor Manisa Sachan, HOD Department of Biotechnology, MNNIT with bouquet of flowers. I would like to request Preeti to welcome Dr. Joyabrata with bouquet of flowers. I would like to request Debjyoti to welcome Dr. Rupika Sinha with bouquet of flowers. Now I would like to invite all the dignitaries to please come on the dais and take their chairs. Thank you, everyone. Now I would like to invite Dr. Joyabrata, host faculty and principal coordinator, for his welcome address and to introduce our foreign expert, Dr. Bipro Dhar.
Thank you, Hanshita. Very good morning to all of you. Respected Director Sir, Professor R.S. Verma, our foreign faculty expert, Dr. Bipro Dhar, our head of the department, Professor Manisa Sachan Madam, other coordinator, Dr. Rupika Sinha for this particular GIAN course, esteemed faculty members, other dignitaries, and dear participants. I take this opportunity to welcome you all to this GIAN course on conventional and emerging bioprocess for waste and wastewater treatment, which is organized by the Department of Biotechnology, MNNIT Allahabad, and sponsored by Ministry of Education, Government of India. So before introduction to our foreign faculty expert, I would like to share some slides on GIAN program initiative on behalf of our local GIAN coordinator, Professor G.P. Sahu sir. So about the GIAN program, this is the Government of India initiative to particularly foster the international collaboration on to encourage the modern and more detailed research. Okay, so there are a couple of major objectives, as you can see, which is also available in the GIAN website. So not just about learning from the global talent of various faculties, but another major aim is to build or bridge a collaboration between host institute as well as the institute from where the foreign faculty is coming on. So these are the couple of broad area of interest, as you can see, where various fields are included, not just about science but also social science, management. So you can see that almost all areas are included in this GIAN initiative. So Government of India is funding for this particular program very generously, and as of today, as you can see, that 2,163 number of course has already been approved, where 1,084-88 are already completed and around 100 GIAN courses are upcoming. And as you can see here, almost 2,000 courses, more than 200 participating institutes are there for the last 8 years of GIAN program. So these are, and about our institute, in MNNIT Allahabad, we have organized close to 50 GIAN program, and these are a couple of them for the last 5 to 6 years. This is about the particular course today, that is the conventional and emerging bioprocess for waste and wastewater treatment. So we have almost 54 participants, among which 4 faculties are there, while 37 are from postdoc or PhD students, and then some are UG as well as PG students are also present. These are the various institutes from where the participants has been registered. As you can see, from higher institute like IIT BHU, IIT Roorkee, to various central universities as well as colleges are also there. from where the participants has been registered. These are the state-wise distributions. You can see we have some students from Uttarakhand, Maharashtra, Andhra Pradesh, West Bengal, Punjab, and of course majority is from Uttar Pradesh. Now about the foreign expert, Dr. Bipro Dhar, who is an associate professor of environmental engineering at University of Alberta, Canada. Dr. Dhar has about 10 years of experience of teaching undergraduate and graduate course at the University of Alberta and University of Waterloo in various capacities. His teaching methodologies encompasses a range of innovative approaches such as hand-on projects, software-based case analysis, field trips, insightful talks by industry experts. These techniques have significantly enriched the educational journey of his students. He has consistently achieved outstanding student evaluation rating within the department at the University of Alberta. Just for an example, even during his doctoral study at the University of Waterloo, he was awarded Lawrence Hamlin Memorial for his distinguished contribution to the undergraduate classroom teaching in the environment and water resource area. Dr. Dhar's research focused mostly on developing advanced bioprocess for revolutionizing existing use and dispose practice of waste and wastewater sectors, while mitigating the ecological and public health risk. Since 2017, he secured over $4 million in research funding as a sole or lead PI from various funding agencies. With this grant, he supervised or co-supervised over 50 graduate and undergraduate students, postdoctoral fellow, research scientists, visiting students, and visiting professors. Dr. Dhar's research has resulted in over 100 high-impact journal articles, more than 10 book chapters and books, 70 plus conference proceedings, with cumulatively receiving close to 5,500 citations, which include H index of 42 and I-10 index of 93 as of now. He is continuously being in the top 2% of scientists since year 2020 in the field of biotechnology, environmental science, energy, and chemical engineering. Dr. Dhar was awarded the Petro Canada Emerging Innovator Award in the year 2021, the Association of Professional Engineers and Geoscientists of Alberta Summit Early Accomplishment Award in the year 2020, and the Faculty of Engineering Early Career Research Award in the year 2018 and 19 for his outstanding research excellence. His scholarship has also been recognized by the appointment as an editorial board member in various highly reputed journals, including Scientific Reports, Water Environment Research, Applied Biochemistry and Biotechnology, and Process journals. He also currently serves as the Vice President of Western Canada of the Canadian Association of Water Quality. So I welcome Dr. Bipro Dhar, and thank you very much for your consent and sparing your valuable time with us in this MNNIT. So we know about, Hanchita already said about the course, which will mainly focus on the various waste and wastewater management, including not just about wastewater management, some about the solid waste management as well, but not just simple theoretical teaching. It will also be included various hands-on calculations, industrial visit, as well as lab visit, etc. So this is the tentative time schedule of the various lecture and tutorials and various pedagogies. As you know that this is a completely physical mode. So lectures, tutorials, lab, industry visit, assignments will be there. Attendance as per the GIAN norms, 90% attendance is mandatory. There will be interim evaluation based on assignment and class participation, and finally there will be a final quiz. Okay. Based on that, you will not only get a participant certificate, but you will also receive a grade sheet where you will have the marks depending on your involvement. And this is your certificate of participations. So I once again welcome Dr. Bipro Dhar, and hopefully he will enjoy his 1 week stay here in our beautiful campus. I once again would like to thank Professor G.P. Sahu, our local GIAN coordinator, for his wholehearted support from the beginning of this course. I would also like to thank Professor Manisha Sachan Madam for her support in smooth conduct of this particular activity, and most importantly, I would like to thank our director sir for his constant support and guidance and for his today's presence in this inaugural session. I hope that all the participants will utilize this opportunity to the fullest. Don't take it as a regular classroom teaching. There is no pressure, so make it a complete interactive session so that you can learn it more, ask questions, any doubt. You can, the faculty foreign expert is always available. Not just that, in your free time, I will request you to visit the department, interact with the various different faculties in the department for any future collaborations. So I hope this opportunity and this GIAN course at MNNIT will become a fulfilling experience to all of you. Thank you very much, and I welcome you all to MNNIT Allahabad. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would like to invite Head of Biotechnology Department, Professor Manisha Sachan, for her remarks. Please, ma'am.
Director of the Institute, Professor R.S. Verma, sir, Foreign Subject Expert, Dr. Bipro Dhar from University of Alberta, Canada, both the coordinators, Dr. Joyabrata and Dr. Rupika Sinha. On behalf of Head of the Department, I welcome the Foreign Subject Expert, Dr. Dhar, and all the participants to this GIAN course and to Department of Biotechnology, MNNIT Allahabad. It has been 15 years the Department of Biotechnology got an independent status at this institute, and since then the department is growing in all emerging areas of biotechnology like medical biotechnology, environmental biotechnology, and bioprocess technology. So we have 15 faculty members, and we have all research facilities required for PhD, PG, and UG level research. As the title of this GIAN course is, which is Conventional and Emerging Bioprocesses for Waste and Wastewater Treatment, which seems to be very relevant in today's scenario, and I hope that whatever interactions, teaching that would be there during this GIAN course would help us to think in the direction of pollutant removal and energy conservation and resource recovery, so we can think in this direction so that novel technology and techniques would come up to tackle the challenges which the researchers and industry they are facing in this area. So the teaching module has been designed so that the participant would get enough exposure in terms of theoretical knowledge as well as some kind of tutorial classes, so that you can have the exposure to the subject, as well as there are industrial visits proposed in this GIAN course which would help the participant to see, to have exposure in the industry, how the industries they are working in this area, and what are the challenges that the industries are facing, so that you can at least you can initiate thinking in that direction to come up with to first identify the problem and then come up with a possible at least theoretical solution to it. So I hope this GIAN course would be very helpful for all participants who have come from different parts of the country to MNNIT Allahabad, and I would insist that you please make it more interactive with the subject experts, so that the two-way conversation would make you to have more discussions, deliberations on this subject. Once again, I would welcome all the participants and Dr. Dhar to MNNIT Allahabad, and I hope that your stay here at the institute would be comfortable. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to invite our foreign expert, Dr. Bipro Dhar, for his valuable remarks. Please, sir.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Hello. Okay. Yeah. So first of all, I would like to thank Motilal Nehru National Institute of Technology, Allahabad, for inviting me, particularly Dr. Joyabrata for actually taking this initiative. So I remember, like in 2023, right? 2023, he first contacted me and expressed his interest to actually apply for a GIAN grant for developing this course. So I have been teaching for about 10 years at University of Alberta and University of Waterloo when I was a doctoral student in 2015. And most of my courses around like biological treatment process, wastewater treatment, solid waste management, anaerobic biotechnology. So I'm kind of like, I was really excited, when I actually saw this opportunity, and I agreed right away, okay, you know what, like we should go ahead and apply for this grant. And another reason was I wanted to visit India, because first time I visited India, it was in 2005, and so almost 20 years, right? So that was actually another reason I wanted to actually come. So I was actually, if I look back, I was trained as a chemical engineer during my undergrad, and I never took any course in biotechnology, okay, or environmental biotechnology. So most of the content that I learned in environmental biotechnology, that was actually from my grad studies, okay. So after my chemical engineering, I started my master's in industrial engineering, but after 8 months, I don't know why, like I decided to change my area, and then quit my master's in industrial engineering and started a master's in chemical and biochemical engineering, where actually I was first introduced to environmental biotechnology. And I kind of some sort of fell in love with those tiny microbes, how they works, how we can actually use them for treating waste and wastewater and protect our environment. So, all those things I learned over last 15 or 16 years. It's kind of like, kind of reflect in this course. So, it's just 5 days course. So, I can tell you, it's quite challenging to, kind of cover all every detail. But the beauty about environmental biotechnology is, if you learn one technology in more detail, you can actually learn other technologies very easily, because the fundamentals remain the same. So I have to protect my voice, because I have never delivered more than 10 hours lecture in a week. So I'm not gonna make it long. So I'm really excited, and I'm really looking forward to actually learn together, okay. And as actually Dr. Mal also emphasized that please don't be shy to ask question, okay. So if you want to learn, you have to ask question. That's the most important thing, okay. And no questions are stupid. So please feel free. I know that it's going to be recorded, the lecture. So sometimes you might feel shy to ask question, but or maybe we can dedicate some time. Like maybe that part not going to be recorded after the lecture. So even after the lecture, I'm going to be available, and even you can actually contact me by email after this course is done. So we'll try to utilize the time and learn as much as we can, okay. And again, I'm really excited, and I would like to thanks for this opportunity, and thanks for having me here. And it's actually really looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would like to invite Director MNNIT Professor R.S. Verma, sir, to address the gathering. Please, sir.
Good morning, all of you. I think presence is very limited, looks like to me, this course, right? Not many people, because most of the GIAN courses are full. I don't know, it's a love for biotechnology or love for the other things.
The participants are still coming.
Still coming, okay. I think this is a very good initiative, part of this institute, that they have taken a very, very important aspect of the, I think, harmonization of the whole environment. I think this is one of the very good initiative, I would say that. As you know that the waste come from so many ways. There is a municipal waste is there, industrial waste is there, environmental waste is there, pollutants are there. Even everything you may not be knowing is the most pollutants are the industry and the air traffic, basically. The gadgets what we use in household, they are also polluting the environment, just like air condition, fridges, and also the noise pollution is also there, which, so I think the small molecule bacteria and the viruses, yeast, they also play a very important role in also eating some of the waste material and producing a non-toxic waste. And that is also important. So probably they will focus on more on these kind of things. Most of the industry has a effluent treatment plants also, which is called this ETP, STP, or there. Municipal waste also have some plants, treatment plants also. But the problem is in Indian atmosphere, I have seen lot of chemical industrial waste treatment plants. When you go for inspection, they are working. The moment you leave, they are not working. This is the biggest. There is no tight controlled regulations are there for any waste material what we throw. We throw everything outside our house. We don't worry about the environment at all. This is our most of the 90% Indian household practices there. We wash our house very nicely clean, but we don't care about the roads and also the other parts. We eat fruits, all those things we throw on the garbage there. Although these are biological things, they somehow they disintegrate with time. No issue with that. But nowadays the most pollutant part is the plastic. It won't degrade. You make any bacteria, no bacteria has been made such a way that they eat all these organic molecules or this with the plastic is made of. So the plastic is one of the things which you have to be very careful, and most of the kachara or waste is surrounded by the plastics. If you go to any heap of the waste material which is through municipality, 50% is a plastic in that one. So I think we need to understand how we can biodegrade the plastic and how we can make a bioplastic. That is very important things. Rest other things we can still find solution. For the organic things, plastic is very difficult to do that. So I hope that in this 5 days, Dr. Dhar will also take some of the question related to how make a bioplastic and degradation of those plastic material which are present in the garbage or wastewater or in a waste basically. Wastewater is different. We know that in Mahakumbh just happened, last month, and we have collected so much of waste and so much wastewater effluent has gone to the Ganga river. If you see United Nations report, the coliform, right, is very high, maybe 2,000 fold, but still we took a dip. But how the truth is there, I don't know, because have you done any biotechnology department, any water assessment during the Kumbh?
I did, but from the coliform one, but normal COD, BOD.
COD, BOD, how much was there?
In the influent it was very high, but after treatment, the report was good.
What is the treatment? I'm talking about the Ganga water with people.
Not the Ganga water, but
You have to take a Ganga water from the starting and the last, then you tell them what is and the people who are taking a dip there. That would have been much better study. For your study, at least you could have provided one paper out of that in 90 days, beginning of the Kumbh and after the Kumbh, 3 different spots you took and take all those data. You should have done it, those things. Anyway, but I wish all the good luck for all the students. We have a very learned faculty who has, Dr. Mal has asked to come here. I think he has a very good experience, and you must ask the question and learn from him. And if there is any queries, I am sure he will able to answer most of the questions what you will raise by that time. So I wish you all of them and good luck in the beautiful campus of MNNIT. Enjoy.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite Dr. Rupika Sinha to propose vote of thanks for this inaugural session. Please, ma'am.
A very good morning to the dignitaries present on and off dais and our dear participants. I, on behalf of the organizing team of this 5-day GIAN course on conventional and emerging bioprocesses for waste and wastewater treatment, propose a vote of thanks to all who have contributed for this purposeful organization. First of all, we are thankful to the Almighty who gave us the strength for conducting this course. I would like to express a deep sense of gratitude towards our foreign expert, Dr. Bipro Dhar from Department of Environmental Engineering, University of Alberta, Canada, for his insightful contribution right from the inception of this event. I would extend my thanks to Professor R.S. Verma, Director MNNIT Allahabad, and patron of this course for his invaluable guidance and encouragement. We are also thankful to our other eminent experts who have collaborated for the knowledge-driven conduction of this course. We are elated to welcome our dear participants from various academic institutions across the country. We are also thankful to Head Department of Biotechnology, Professor Manisha Sachan, for her support. We are thankful to the endless efforts of the host faculty and convener of this course, Dr. Joyabrata. The organizing team is also thankful to Ministry of Education, Government of India for supporting this program. We acknowledge the contribution of Professor G.P. Sahu, Local Coordinator GIAN Program, for his guidance. We would like to thank Officer in Charge Executive Development Center for providing accommodation facility for our guest. We are also grateful to the Chief Warden along with his team of wardens for facilitating the stay arrangements of the participants. We are thankful to FI SNFC for extending his cooperation. Sincere thanks to Executive Engineer of Civil and Electrical Department and their team for their support. We are thankful to Faculty in Charge Computer Center and his team. I am also grateful to OSD Office for their help. We acknowledge the non-teaching staff for their contribution. A special mention to the tireless efforts and well-coordinated work of all our student volunteers. I am also thankful to the media persons for the coverage of the event. In the end, thanks to all who were not in the list but supported in the conduction of this event. The organizing team of this GIAN course on conventional and emerging bioprocesses for waste and wastewater treatment wish a very interactive and informative participation to all the attendees of this course. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to request Dr. Joyabrata sir to present a memento to Professor R.S. Verma sir as a mark of gratitude. Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to request Professor R.S. Verma sir to present a memento to Dr. Bipro Dhar as a mark of reverence. Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to request Dr. Rupika Sinha to present a memento to Professor Manisha Sachan. Thank you, ma'am. Now I request everyone to rise in attention for the national anthem. भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंग विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना उच्छल जलधि तरंग तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तब जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे. Thank you everyone. Now I request everyone to present to please join for high tea.
I think it's the problem with the projector. Oh.
I welcome everyone to the first session of this course as scheduled. I request Dr. Bipro Dhar sir to please begin the session. Sir, please.
Yeah, thank you. Everyone can hear me okay? Okay, great. So just give me a second. All right, good morning everyone. Can we be a little more loud? Okay, that's the spirit. So we are going to start our first session or first lecture, Introduction to Environmental Bioprocesses. Okay, so you know, like I know that it's going to be recorded, but I think you can, you know, like if you have a question, please feel free to stop me anytime and ask question. And I know that you are from very different background, right? So I'll try to provide, you know, like basic information as much as you can. And, you know, like please feel free to stop me anytime. If you don't understand any part, just ask me question and I'll try to actually answer, you know, your question. And if I can't, I'll go back, I will revisit the topic that I covered, and I'll try to get back to your answer, because we are going to be meeting for next 3 or 4 days, right? So, all right. So, environmental bioprocesses. So, we know that over 80% of the wastewater, okay, that is actually generated worldwide, it's actually dumped into surface water without any treatment. The picture for solid waste is almost the same. Okay, majority of the waste, especially in low income and medium income countries, majority of the waste that we produce actually it's dumped. Okay, so mostly we go for either open dumping or burning. Okay, so that's a common practice. You know, like I know that in many parts of India that's a common practice. Even like, you know, I'm originally from Bangladesh, we have the same thing, right? So we don't have a proper waste management system. But, you know, and because of this, you know, like without treatment, sorry, that actually I have to use proxy. So that's why I don't know why this message kind of pop up all the time. So, okay. So because, you know, like if you dump the wastewater without any treatment to river, like, you know, Professor Sharma was talking about, like, you know, coliform in Ganga river, right? So it can actually create a lot of problem. Okay, it can actually damage our water resources. It can transmit a lot of diseases, right? So it's an environmental and public health concern. And here, actually, we can use tiny microbes to solve this kind of problem. Okay, because microbes, they can actually degrade different types of toxic and organic compounds that we have in our waste and wastewater. Okay, they can some microbes, we can engineer them to actually extract bioenergy and different types of value added resources. Okay, for example, you can produce biohydrogen, biomethane using microbes. We can also produce different types of industrial chemical using fermentation process, right? So, and microbes, they also degrade plants and animals, their dead bodies, and release the nutrients to the soil, right? So we can use microbes to solve our environmental problem. But to do that, we have to actually develop some system or develop some engineered system where actually we can have our microbes that can actually help us solve some specific problems. Okay. So what is environmental bioprocesses? Environmental bioprocesses are actually the processes that utilize microbes, most particularly microbial metabolism and enzymatic activity, okay, to solve our environmental problem. Okay. So these environmental bioprocesses can be used for our waste and wastewater treatment. Okay, we can use them for bioremediation. We can actually engineer them to produce sustainable energy or renewable energy from organic waste and wastewater. Okay, and we can also recover different types of value added resources. Okay, that we can actually kind of sell in the market. So environmental bioprocesses particularly use microbial metabolism. So what is microbial metabolism? Microbial metabolism, it's the different types of biochemical reaction, okay, that actually occur inside the microbial cell, right? And that actually metabolic process convert the food into energy. Like we eat food, right? Why we eat food? We need energy, right? To kind of, to do our everyday activities. So microbes, they also need the same thing, okay? They also need food, okay? So they can degrade the food and convert that into their energy, okay? So they can harvest energy from wide range of organic compounds, like it could be simple sugar like glucose. It can be different other organic molecules like fat, amino acid, or proteins. And like our human being, microbes also actually convert the food, okay, and conserve that energy as ATP, right? And I'm pretty sure most of you are familiar with what is ATP, adenosine triphosphate, right? Adenosine triphosphate and metabolism. Okay, thank you. Okay, so it's all about metabolism, and it's all about the energy balance, okay? Microbes, they produce energy and they use that energy for their cell maintenance, okay? And that feature of microbes can be used to design different types of environmental bioprocesses. But I want to talk a little bit more on ATP. ATP is adenosine triphosphate, right? So it consists of adenine, ribose, and 3 phosphate groups, okay? And that all energy in ATP is actually stored in this chemical bond here, okay? So when actually microbes, they need to utilize that energy, okay? They basically just release that bond, okay? It kind of this kind of molecule, and that bond is actually kind of break, and then it releases the energy that can be utilized for metabolic process, okay? So and then from ATP we produce ADP, adenosine diphosphate, okay, is formed, and energy is released to drive metabolic process. So, and as you can see here, that delta G is negative. So what delta G negative means? It's thermodynamically favorable, right? So it can occur spontaneously. So now going back, biochemical reactions. So now we know that microbes, they do biochemical reaction, right? So they can utilize organics, okay, they can degrade organics using some biochemical reaction and produce energy. So what kind of biochemical reaction? Okay, so that biochemical reaction, microbial metabolism, that biochemical reaction actually transfer electrons from the contaminants, organic contaminants, to some electron acceptor, okay. So if you see the glucose, okay, glucose, if microbes, they use glucose, they kind of use oxygen as electron acceptor, like same as our human being. What we do for our respiration process, we take oxygen, this is electron acceptor, right, and then we release carbon dioxide, right. So here you can see that glucose is oxidized to carbon dioxide, okay, glucose is oxidized to carbon dioxide, and oxygen is reduced to water, right, and that process actually generate energy. So it's all about microbial metabolism involves actually electron transfer or oxidation reduction reaction. So what is oxidation? Release of electron, and reduction, electron, taking electron, right. So here glucose is electron donor or food for microbes, and here oxygen is electron acceptor, okay. So microbes, basically they conduct oxidation reduction reaction, okay, to generate energy. So basically electron donor is transferring electron to electron acceptor, and electron donor is oxidized and electron acceptor is reduced, right? So what we know, microbes, they generate energy from redox reaction, so oxidation reduction reaction, and which involve basically electron exchange, okay, between electron donor and acceptor, and one compound donate electron and other compound actually accept electrons. So microbes, most of the time they use organic compound, what we have in our waste or wastewater, as electron donor, okay, electron donor, and then they can use wide variety of electron acceptor, okay, depending on what kind of process that you are using. Sometimes you know, for aerobic process it could be oxygen, sometimes for anoxic process it could be nitrate. So different kind of electron acceptor can be used, and then from this process they generate energy for their, and generate energy, and that energy is utilized for their cell maintenance and growth, okay. And as a part of that, actually, like electron, they also actually utilize for producing new cell, okay. So part of microbial growth is actually kind of developing new cells, right. So a part of that electron is also utilized for producing new cells. So microbes, they use electron donor, and then they utilize that electron donor for metabolism, and there could be two types of metabolic process, okay. It could be either respiration or it could be fermentation, okay. So fermentation process could be two types. It could be either aerobic or could be anaerobic, okay. So aerobic is almost like what we do human, you know, as a human we do respiration, right. So we use oxygen, so that is actually aerobic respiration process, and that process use oxygen as terminal electron acceptor, okay. But when you have anaerobic process or anaerobic respiration, different types of inorganic electron acceptor can be used, such as nitrate, sulfate, okay, depending on what kind of process that you are using. And but for fermentation process, organic molecules, so not oxygen or not nitrate. So in fermentation process, organic molecules are used as terminal electron acceptor. But respiration process, you have to provide electron acceptor from outside, okay. I think all lectures gonna be provided to you, okay. So don't worry about, like, now focus on what I'm telling, and we are gonna do some practice problem, but end of the lecture it's gonna be provided to you, okay. So yes.
Would you please put more light on this fermentation part?
Yeah. So fermentation is basically a part of metabolic process. Like larger molecules, they are break down into smaller molecules, okay. And compared to respiration process, fermentation process produce less amount of energy, okay. So if I give you a simple example, I don't have an paper, but I can, is there any, just give me a second. I need a paper. Okay. So if I am a microbe, okay, and this is my food, okay, if I do fermentation, this is fermentation, okay. But if I do respiration, it's kind of like, you know, it's a very efficient process, okay. You can kind of completely get rid of some of the contaminants that you want, okay. But for fermentation process, you are basically end of the process, you are going to get some organic metabolite. But obviously respiration process, I need to provide the electron acceptor from outside, right. For my respiration, I need oxygen. If you don't provide me oxygen, I'm going to die, right? The same thing going to happen to aerobic microbes. If you don't provide them oxygen, they cannot actually continue their metabolic process. So respiration process, it's much more efficient. It generates more energy. Fermentation process, it generates less amount of energy. It's not as efficient as respiration. Okay.
Organic molecule is the electron acceptor.
Yeah,
Like
electron
for
acceptor.
example,
So for example, like from fermentation of glucose, you can get different types of alcohols or organic acid.
electron acceptor.
Yeah. So those alcohols and organic acid, they are more like electron acceptor. Okay. Make sense? Okay. So let's move on. So yes, respiration process, you have to provide the electron acceptor from outside, but for fermentation process you don't need to do that. But energy yield for respiration process it's going to be high, but for fermentation process it's going to be low. Yes, please.
How does it possible respiration in anaerobic condition? Can you elaborate?
Sorry?
Respiration in anaerobic condition.
Yeah, respiration you can also have in anaerobic condition. So basically sulfate, sorry. Okay, I'll put it in my pocket. So respiration process in anaerobic condition, it's inorganic compound, it's kind of reduced to other compounds. So for example, sulfate under anaerobic condition, some microbes like sulfate reducing bacteria, they can convert sulfate to sulfide reduced form. Okay, so it's gonna be still like oxidation reduction reaction. Okay, but aerobic respiration, your product gonna be mainly carbon dioxide and water.
So does it not come under the fermentation process? That
Anaerobic fermentation process. Yes, a part of this could be respiration process. Okay, partially, but fermentation process is going to be more dominant there. That makes sense? Okay, yeah. So, and anaerobic respiration, it's kind of like we are talking about here more like soluble electron acceptor, but there are some microbes actually in nature. Like when we are going to cover microbial electrochemical technologies, there is actually topic in this course. We are going to talk about actually some microbes. They don't need soluble electron acceptor. They can directly transfer electron to some conductive solid material. That's kind of a very unique bacteria in nature that can do that. So,
solid materials
like electrode. Yeah, so they don't need either nitrate or sulfate. So they can, instead of that, they can just directly transfer electron to some conductive surface. So that is kind of like some unique microbes. Okay. So common electron donors and acceptors, what we have in our waste and wastewater. So common electron donor most of the time is organic compounds that we have. We have a wide range of organic compounds in our waste and wastewater, and they can serve as electron donor. And depending on different types of like what kind of process that we are using, we could have oxygen, nitrate, sulfate, ferric iron, carbon dioxide. Often we can actually use as electron acceptor. So some examples: aerobic respiration. So aerobic activated sludge process. This is actually a picture from a wastewater treatment plant in Toronto, Canada. So in wastewater treatment plant, one of the common process is activated sludge process. Okay, aerobic activated sludge process, where you have a big tank where you have microbes. Okay, and you supply air. Okay, and those microbes use the oxygen as electron acceptor, and they break down the organic compounds that you have in your wastewater. Okay, and then they produce carbon dioxide and water. Okay, and then we can get our wastewater treated. So anaerobic respiration, one example. Okay, one example is acid mine drainage. So, mining site like, coal mining site or metal mining site produce a acidic outflow of wastewater. Okay. So, we call it acid mine drainage. Okay. So, what we have in our acid mine drainage? We have high concentration of sulfate and heavy metals, okay, which is not that good. But sulfate reducing bacteria, so a type of bacteria that can do anaerobic respiration, so that bacteria can actually help us to solve this kind of problem. So, what that bacteria do? They use like acetate or different types of organic acid that we have in our acid mine drainage. Okay, they use those organics as electron donor, and then they use sulfate as electron acceptor, and then they actually convert that sulfate to sulfide. Okay, and at the same time, acid mine drainage, we have different types of heavy metals, so that sulfide can actually react with those heavy metals and precipitate as metal sulfide. Okay. So, sulfate typically sulfide is very odorous gas, right. So, it kind of can also help us with heavy metals problem with high sulfate content. Okay. But the byproduct that is actually produced from this process, sulfide, can also be further converted to metal sulfide precipitate. So, anaerobic respiration can actually help us actually solve this problem with acid mine drainage. Another thing we can get fermentation. Okay. So, fermentation, we have different types of microbes that we can actually utilize to convert like organics to different types of alcohol. Okay. So, alcohol and organic acid, actually there is wide range of fermentation that can use. Some fermentation process can produce alcohol, some can produce long chain fatty acid, some can produce medium chain fatty acid, right. So, and they have I know fermentation, first when you see alcohol you think about beer and some like other alcohols, but there are a lot of industrial chemicals that can also be produced from fermentation process. Okay. So, to summarize, microbes, they generate energy from redox reaction, okay, and they conserve that energy inside their cell as ATP, okay, and they can utilize that energy ATP for their cell maintenance and new cell synthesis. Okay. So, microbes, we can actually engineer them to actually develop different types of environmental bioprocess, okay, to solve our environmental issues, okay, and it mainly relies on the microbial metabolism, and that's all about redox reaction, exchange of electron, okay, and like generate energy from this redox reaction and then utilize that energy for new cell synthesis and maintenance. Okay. So, now let us move on. So, we kind of we already shared this equation where you have glucose that is actually oxidized to carbon dioxide, and you have oxygen as electron acceptor, which is kind of reduced to water, right. We know glucose is electron donor and oxygen is electron acceptor, but we talked about electron exchange. Where are those electrons? Okay, we don't see any electrons here, right, but we know that electrons, okay, so different like compounds, they exchange electron, right. So, microbes, they transfer electron from electron donor to electron acceptor, but we don't see any electron there, right. So, from the equation we don't see how many electrons are transferred, but to see that, okay, so what we need to do, we need to divide that equation into two half reaction. Okay. So, two half reaction. So, this is actually an overall reaction, but it came from two half reaction. One is for donor and one is for acceptor, right. So now we are going to learn how to establish half reaction for electron donor and electron acceptor. And you might think it's a very fundamental thing, okay, what I'm going to do by, establishing some half reaction, but you are going to see later on. So everyone got calculator with you? Okay, maybe not but you can use your cell phone calculator. But we are going to actually also try to do some problem in the class. So this is kind of like my style. I try to actually also love to do some practice problem in the class, because I can share a lot of examples. Okay, you are going to see and you're going to feel it's easy, and but I feel that when we do some practice problem, you kind of maybe you are going to stuck somewhere, and at that part I can actually help you, okay, understand the concept. So we are going to learn how to build half reaction for electron donor and acceptor. So now, so electron donor, we are going to use RD, reaction for donor, and for electron acceptor we are going to use RA, so reaction for acceptor. So to build half reaction, okay, so first of all we need to do we need to identify acceptor and donor, okay, and most of the cases we know that when we kind of talk about wastewater and waste treatment process, we are going to know that organic compound is going to be the electron donor in the process, right? And then we need to know how many electron donors will be, so then we need to know electron donor will be oxidized to what, right? And electron acceptor will be reduced to what. So we have to identify that, okay? And most of the time organic compound electron donor will be oxidized to carbon dioxide, and oxygen going to be reduced to water in most cases. So let's see how to build half reaction for donor. So for half reaction for donor, we need 4 simple steps, okay. So first we have to balance the carbon with carbon dioxide. We are going to consider carbon going to be oxidized to carbon dioxide, and then we are going to balance oxygen with water, and then third we are going to balance hydrogen with proton, okay, and finally we are going to do the charge balance with electron, and at that part we are going to see actually how many electrons have been transferred, okay. So let's see, because we talked about glucose to carbon dioxide, so first let's see how to do this for glucose. So first we are going to see all carbon going to be carbon dioxide, right? So C6, we have 6 carbon. So if I have 6 carbon, so I need 6 carbon dioxide, right? 6 mole of carbon dioxide. So now you might see, okay, you know what, my reactant is glucose and carbon dioxide is my product, but why I have this on the right side, okay. So this is the actually trick for half reaction. We try to actually keep because ultimately we want actually electrons to appear on the left side of the equation, because when we are going to build the overall reaction back, okay, so that will help. So that's why we always put that electron should always be on the left side of the half reaction. So now that has been okay. So carbon balance, so with 6 carbon we have 6 carbon dioxide, okay. So now second thing what we are going to do, we are going to do oxygen balance, okay. Oxygen balance with water. So we have here oxygen 2, right, and multiply by 6, so I have 12 oxygen on the left side, right, and on the right side I have 6, that means I have 6 oxygen missing, right. So to do that I will balance that with 6 mole of water, 6 mole of water, and then now I have how many hydrogen over there on left side, I have 12 and 6 multiplied by 2, so 12 plus 12, 24. I have 24 hydrogen on the left side. So that means I have to balance that right side with proton. So I'll put 24 proton. Now you can see you have 24 positive charges here, right? So if I need to balance, charge balance, I have to put 24 electrons there. I have to put 24 electrons there. So now I have charge balance. So I have an overall half reaction, but half reaction is always expressed as per mole of electron. Okay. So whatever the mole of electron that have been transferred, I have to divide that, the whole reaction, divide that by number. So here I have 24 electron. So I am gonna divide all that by 24. So I have 1/4 carbon dioxide, proton, and 1 mole of electron, and then 1 divide by 24 glucose, and then 1/4 water. So this is an oxidation half reaction. So maybe I will also use the board. If you cannot follow there, I hope you can follow from the board. So we are talking about C6H12O6. Can you read my handwriting? Okay. So first I have 6 carbon. Anyone knew before how to do this? How to establish half reaction? Don't be shy, I am not going to be offended. Okay, yeah, so 6 carbon, right? So first we have to balance carbon with CO2. So I have 6 CO2. Now what I have to balance? Oxygen, right? So I have 6 multiplied by 2, so I have 12 oxygen, but here I have only 6, right? So I have to put 6 mole of water, right? So now I need to do hydrogen balance with proton. So I have about 12. Here I have 6 multiplied by 2. So 12 plus 12, 24, right? Hydrogen. So I am going to balance that with 24 proton. Now I have to do the charge balance. So I have 24 positive charges, right? So I have to add 24 electron, right? But now I have to actually balance everything. I have to divide everything by, because half reaction is expressed as per mole of electron. Okay, so I have to divide everything by 12. Okay, yeah, so we are going to have 1 proton, 1 electron, 6 divided by 24, 1 by 24 C6H12O6, 1 by 4 H2. So that's my half reaction for oxidation or donor, right? So let's move on. So what, and now let's see another compound, acetic acid, which is a common electron donor in different biochemical processes. We can do the same thing. So we can actually do it on the board. Let's do it on the board together. So C2H4, C2H4 O2, right? So how many carbon dioxide? 2 CO2. Then oxygen I have 4. So how many mole of water? 2. 2 mole of water. Now hydrogen I have 4 and 4 8, right? So 8 proton and then 8 electron, right? So I can finally I can divide both sides by 8 and I can have my half reaction. So yeah, we have 1 by 4, 1 proton, 1 electron, and then 1 by 8, and then 1 by 4 H2O. Okay, so this is an oxidation half reaction. So now let's move to reduction half reaction. Okay, so what happened to, so different types of reduction reaction that we can be interested about depending on what kind of water or wastewater process that we are dealing about. So if we talk about aerobic activated sludge process in wastewater treatment plant, we are going to be interested about oxygen to water, right? Because oxygen is electron acceptor in most of the aerobic bioprocess. But sometimes we may also need to deal with nitrate to nitrite, like for example nitrification process. Sometimes we may be interested about nitrate to nitrogen gas for denitrification process. Okay, so we need to know what would be the reduction half reaction for them. So for reduction half reaction, so first same as like this thing, but we don't need to do carbon balance. We are going to start with oxygen balance to water, and then hydrogen balance to proton, and then finally we are going to do charge balance with electron. So almost same as like oxidation half reaction, but like instead of 4 steps we have 3 steps for oxygen to water. So let's see. So oxygen to water, okay, so we have 2 mole of so 2 oxygen, right? So we are going to have 2 mole of water. So first we are going to balance oxygen, and then, but again why it's on left side, because we want electron on the left side of the reaction. So now we are going to do hydrogen balance with proton. So we have 4 hydrogen, so that means we have 4 proton. Okay, we have 4 positive charge, so 4 electrons. So I can actually do it on the board quickly. So we are talking about oxygen reduction to water, right? So I have 2 oxygens, so I have to put 2 water. Now we have 4 hydrogens, so I have to put 4 proton, and I have 4 positive charge, so that means I have to put 4 electron. And now if I divide by 4, electron plus proton plus 1 by 4 water, so that's going to be my reduction half reaction. Okay, so now yeah, I don't know, like here actually I have to use proxy for the internet, so it's kind of like showing this message every time. Okay, so this is my reduction half reaction, right? So how about nitrate to nitrite? So there, instead of like here we did oxygen balance, right? But here we have to do nitrogen balance first. Okay, nitrogen balance first, and then oxygen balance, and then hydrogen balance, and then electron balance. Okay, or charge balance. So 1 nitrogen, okay, so 1 nitrite gonna give 1 nitrate gonna give 1 nitrite, right? So we want to convert nitrate to nitrite. So now 1 nitrate to 1 nitrite, and then now we have to do the oxygen balance, right? So we put here, I have 3 oxygen, here I have 2. So I have 1 oxygen less. So what I am going to do, I am going to put 1 water molecule here. Now, so here I have 2 hydrogen, okay. So I have to do the hydrogen balance. So I am going to put 2 proton on right side, sorry, on the left side, and then I have to do the charge balance. So charge balance, what I would do, I have 2 protons, so I'll put 2 electron. So let's do it on the board, like, you know. So I kind of, like, you know, show step by step, but I think after you practice, we can just, you know, do it in one single step. So we want to do nitrate to nitrite. So NO3 minus to NO2 minus, right? Okay. All right. So first I have to do nitrogen balance. It's done. I have 1 nitrogen, so I don't have to do anything. I have 2 oxygen. Here I have 3 oxygen. So that means I have to put 1 water here. Now hydrogen. Hydrogen, I have 2 hydrogen, but that side I don't have any hydrogen. So I have to put 2 proton. But I have 2 proton here, so there is a charge imbalance. So to balance that, I am going to put 2 electron. And we are going to do the same thing. We are going to divide, we can actually divide that by the number of electron or mole of electron. So electron, proton plus half nitrate, half mole of nitrite plus half mole of water. Okay. So that's my reduction half reaction. So that's my reduction half reaction. So I think you can simply do nitrite to nitrogen gas. We are going to do the same thing, but here it's little bit different. You can see one side we have 2 nitrogen and other side nitrogen. We have gas, so we need 2, right? So that means we either put 2 on this side or put half on the other side, right? So let's, you know, instead of seeing it on the board, maybe let's try to do it by ourselves. So we have nitrite to nitrogen gas. Okay, I think one thing I made a mistake here. Okay, so what was the error? No, actually, like
Charge.
yeah, charge.
Nitrate.
Oh no, actually it was correct, because here you can see there is a negative charge. Okay, so okay, so here, but now it's gonna be, you know, like I have to put 1 electron less. Okay, but anyway, let's do it. So nitrate to nitrogen. So I have 2 nitrogen, here I have 1, right? So I can put a half here. So now what we are going to do? Oxygen balance. So I have 2 oxygen, so that means I need 2 mole of water. I have 4 hydrogen, so that means I have to put 4 proton. Now how many electrons I am going to put? 3, right? Because I already have 1 negative charge here, right? So that's why I'll put 3 electron. So now if I divide 4 by 3, 1 by 3, 1 by 6, 2 by 3, right? So that is my reduction half reaction, right? So 1 by 6 nitrogen, 2 by 3 water. So now this is half reaction for reduction. So after we know the half reaction, so half reaction can tell us, okay, how many electrons have been transferred, and from if we can establish the half reaction, okay, for both electron acceptor and donor, we can come up with an overall reaction. Okay, we can come up with an overall reaction which is going to be the reaction for acceptor minus reaction for donor. So now establish half reaction and the overall reaction for aerobic oxidation of glucose. So again, going back to that same example, glucose and oxygen, okay, but fortunately we have everything already from previous example, so we don't need to redo them. But if I put Ra minus Rd, now the already we established half reaction for donor and acceptor. So if I put Ra minus Rd, so I can have this thing, we can do some simple rearrangement. So proton, we can get rid of them, electron, we can get rid of them. We have half mole of water and quarter mole of water here, so we can just balance that. So and after rearrangement, and if I multiply by 24 by both sides, we are going to get exactly same equation that we had. Okay, but that equation doesn't tell us, okay, how many electrons have been exchanged, but from half reaction we can see that. Okay, but now let's kind of step back and think about why microbes they do oxidation reduction reaction. So they do oxidation reduction reaction because they want to generate energy, and at the same time they want to grow, right? So microbes, they want to generate energy, and at the same time they want to, so microbial growth means development or synthesis of new cells, right? Yeah, so they want to also produce new cells. So electron donor microbes, they are actually transferring to electron acceptor, and we already talked about like that electron transfer process, right? And that electron transfer process actually generate energy. We have two half reaction, one for donor, one for acceptor, and from the difference, like we can have an overall reaction, which is that has been so. Okay, maybe for next lecture I can use a different laptop, so that would solve the problem. Okay, so so that is actually energy generating reaction, right? So Ra minus Rd. Okay, so we can call it energy generation. But we know that microbes, they also actually, so we already learned about this thing, but microbes also actually, from this process, a portion of that electron they use for new cell synthesis. Okay, they develop new cells, and the process also requires some inorganic nutrients like nitrogen, phosphorus, iron. Okay, but they also need electron. So a portion of electron is actually also transferred to the synthesis of new cells. So far what we have learned, that doesn't include any cell synthesis. That just include the oxidation reaction for energy generation, the reaction for transfer of electron from donor to acceptor, but that doesn't include the cell synthesis part. So how to do that part? Okay, how to do the cell synthesis? So that means we need another half reaction for cell synthesis, RC. So we talked about Ra for acceptor, Rd for donor. So now we want to introduce another reaction called RC, okay, which is for new cell synthesis, and this is something very critical when you are talking about environmental bioprocess, because we are using microbes and we are going to know that actually part of that process, okay, also going to produce new cells, and you cannot overlook that part. For example, like let me give you an example. For example, like if you go to a wastewater treatment plant, I'm pretty sure you are going to go to a visit a plant, I think tomorrow, right? And you are going to see possibly they have a actually big tank where you have bubbles coming out from the bottom, okay? That is called aeration tank, where you have microbes, okay? And that microbes actually degrade organic compound, okay? And convert that into carbon dioxide and water, and at the same time the process generate huge amount of sludge, and you have to deal with that. Yes, you are treating the organics, okay? You are treating wastewater, but at the same time you are producing a significant amount of new cell biomass that you have to deal about, right? So that you have to deal with. So we cannot actually overlook that part, okay? So far what we have learned, it's for acceptor and donor, but now we want to learn how we can incorporate microbial synthesis, like in this equation. So we are going to introduce a new reaction, which is going to be RC minus RD, because here donor reaction going to be the same, right? Half reaction. So we need another half reaction for cell synthesis, okay? And that part we are going to learn. So now if you look into the overall picture, we have donor, we have electron acceptor, we have new cells, okay? So, and we have 3 half reaction, one is for donor, one is for acceptor, one is for cell synthesis. So for that part, we are going to assume that, okay, what a portion of the substrate electron or electron donor going to be utilized for energy generation, and we call it this Fe, or fraction of electron utilized for energy generation, Fe, and we are going to introduce another term, Fs. So portion of electron that is utilized for new cell synthesis, okay? So, and Fe plus Fs, if you consider 1 electron, then Fe plus Fs going to be equal to 1, okay? So overall reaction going to be Fe multiplied by Re, energy reaction, and plus Fs, fraction of electron utilized for cell synthesis, multiplied by Rs, right? And we already know how to establish this reaction. Now we are going to know how to establish this reaction and how we can get an overall reaction from here. So now if I like Re is Ra minus Rd and Rs is Rc minus Rd, right? So if we do a little bit of rearrangement, what we get, and we know that Fs plus Fe gonna be equal to 1. So we get overall reaction Fe multiplied by Ra. So fraction of electron utilized for energy generation multiplied by acceptor reaction, and then Fs, which is basically fraction of energy utilized, electron utilized for cell synthesis, multiplied by Rc minus donor reaction, okay? And to give you an example, just a moment ago I was giving that example that in wastewater treatment plant, in aerobic activated sludge process, actually major portion, okay, only 60% is actually going to acceptor and 40% is going to new cell synthesis, and that's why you see a significant amount of sludge production from aerobic processes, okay, that we have to deal with. But compared to, so that means that Fs is going to be 0.4 and Fe going to be 0.6, okay. So major portion of substrate electron is actually going to new cell synthesis, but this Fs for anaerobic process is much more smaller, okay. So anaerobic process typically it's 5 to 10%, okay. Maximum it could be 20%, but not more than that. So that's why aerobic process produce more sludge than anaerobic process, okay.
Could you please explain this point again? I could not.
Yeah. So here, so what we are saying, so donor is basically providing electron for microbial metabolism. So what we are saying, in aerobic process, a majority of the electron, okay, Yes, still majority 60% of the electron gonna go to the terminal electron acceptor. So it's gonna react with oxygen, okay? But still a significant portion, like 40% of that electron gonna go to the new cell. So 40% portion of the organic gonna be utilized for new cell synthesis. So microbial cell, what we have? We have carbon dioxide, hydrogen, oxygen, right? So that thing gonna come from the organic. Okay, microbes, they are gonna utilize those organic to produce new cell. That makes sense now? Okay, thank you. All right. So now, how we can develop half reaction for cell synthesis? Okay, so for microbes to develop new cells, they need carbon, they need hydrogen, they need oxygen, but at the same time they also need nitrogen, right? Because cell are protein, and protein you need nitrogen, right? So microbes, they can use different types of nitrogen source, like they can use ammonium, they can use nitrate, they can use nitrite, they can use nitrogen, okay? So a wide range of nitrogen can be used for new cell synthesis. So how to establish the half reaction for that? And so thanks to many researchers actually who already developed this kind of cell synthesis reaction, half reaction, okay? So so this is half reaction for when actually ammonium is utilized for ammonium is utilized for new cell synthesis, and this is for nitrate, nitrite, nitrogen gas. So when we kind of work with this, okay, so to establish it was not very easy, like, you know, it was actually done experimentally and then validated, okay, but we can actually directly use those cell synthesis half reaction, okay. But one thing you are going to notice here, so where is cell here? Can you show me? So C5H7O2N is the actually microbial cell. This is an empirical formula for microbial cells. So how researcher came up with any thought how they came up with this kind of chemical formula?
They could have taken all sort of microbes present in wastewater, and then they could have analyzed this CHON part.
Yeah, exactly. So if you know the elemental content, okay, even if I know my elemental content, I can have a chemical formula for myself, okay. So researcher, what they did, they got the biomass, okay, that is actually produced in the process, okay, in wastewater process, and they did elemental analysis, okay.
So I have a question. Is this only for activated sludge process or for?
Mostly for aerobic biomass, I would say, aerobic heterotrophic biomass.
Okay.
Yes.
So activated sludge process.
Yeah, aerobic heterotroph, yeah. So most of the cases we use this empirical formula C5H7O2N, okay. So now let's go back. Now we are going back to same glucose and oxygen, same example, but now we are saying that we are going to have a cell synthesis reaction, and nitrate going to be the nitrogen source. So that means we have to use this half reaction, okay, this half reaction using nitrate, and we are saying that Fe, energy utilized for fraction of electron utilized for energy generation is 0.6 and cell synthesis is 0.4, just, you know, like the example that I was giving. So fortunately we don't need to establish any new half reaction here. We have all of them from different slide, example 1, example 3, and from slide 34, that my previous slide. So now this is my reaction, overall reaction, right? So first what I have to do, acceptor reaction, I have to multiply by Fe, which is 0.6. So I have the acceptor reaction, so I multiply by 0.6 and I have this. Now cell synthesis reaction, I have to multiply by Fs, which is 0.4. So I multiply by 0.4 and I have this reaction, and RD I also have. So my overall reaction gonna be this. So this is my cell synthesis reaction. Okay. So this is my overall reaction, considering my, including my oxidation, reduction and cell synthesis reaction. So basically representing both energy generation and cell synthesis. So overall reaction. So how that process, you know, like we have an overall reaction now including cell synthesis. How we can use this equation? Any thought? What could be the practical application of this equation?
Shall I say?
Yeah, sure.
Because mostly they are students, so I thought.
Yeah.
So actually, in calculating how much is the load in wastewater, and so basically it's about F by M ratio, food by microbe ratio.
Exactly, yeah.
So we have to know how much nutrient is there, and then we can grow the microbes accordingly.
Yeah. One important thing, for example, we can say, okay, you know what, how much sludge gonna be generated from the process? We can estimate that using this equation, right? Or if I wanna consider, okay, how much oxygen I have to provide in the process, right? I can get that from this equation. So a lot of things, yes, it's kind of a, like, you know, theoretical equation, but we can still actually kind of use that equation for practical implication. Okay, and environmental bioprocess is all about that. It's you know, this morning I was telling, if you learn one like, you know, technology kind of in detail, like you can learn other techniques like very easily, and that's the beauty of environmental biotechnology. Okay, so now going back, I started with, you know, saying that okay, 80% of the domestic sewage is actually dumped in surface water without any treatment, right? And we know that microbes work. Okay, now why we are still actually dumping wastewater without any treatment? And this is actually, I got this this morning from I was searching online to see, you know, some statistics from India, and this was from Times of India in 2021. You can see almost more than 50% of the wastewater in India, it's still actually dumped to the river or other surface water bodies without any treatment. And why is that? We know that actually the, you know, we can infrastructure and technical support.
But mostly from my practical experience, major issue is the operation and maintenance problem, other than the infrastructure nowadays.
Yeah.
Because
So
governments create the facility, but they cannot check every time whether operator is really operating or not.
yeah, and that's kind of like, you know, most of the time out of sight, out of mind, right? You know, like you, you know, flush your toilet, everything is gone, and then, you know, this is not something fancy thing to talk about, right? So, so that's actually an infrastructure, biological process. One of the major limitation of biological process, it's a slow process, right? So that means you need a very large footprint of bioreactor to treat. And think about population, right? In India or in Bangladesh or some other, you know, like countries. Like you are dealing with a significant, you know, huge volume of wastewater. And it's not actually, we know the fundamentals of the process, but the challenge is how we can make it cost effective, how we can actually make the microbial process faster, right? So we have a lot of things to do. Okay, yes, you know, like there are a lot of textbook there, we know the fundamentals, but we have to do a lot of things in the field. So, and that's actually the that's why actually this topic is really important. Okay, yes, sometimes, you know, like it's maybe it's not as fancy as other topics, but still it's something very important we cannot overlook. Okay, so now let's get into business. I want to do few practice problem to see, like, whether you could follow what I was telling. Okay, so let's start with maybe we can spend 15 or 20 minutes. I have 3 practice problem. Okay, but if you stuck anywhere, please let me know. I'm here to help, and that's the main idea about about this course. Okay, so if you stuck anywhere, just let me know. So first we are going to build 2 half reaction. Okay, you can see 2 organic compound, one is pyruvate and one is benzoic acid, and let's establish the formula there. So why don't we spend, maybe I don't think you need a huge lot of time for this problem, but let's see, we spend about 5 minutes for this. I put a timer on my cell phone so we can track the time.
Continuous 2 hours. If you want, you can take 5 minutes break also.
I was thinking I need another 20 minutes to finish this module, and then we'll give a break.
Okay.
And then I should continue now or after lunch hour.
We have up to 1:30, but you can maybe you can extend up to another, and then
I can.
so this is up to 1:30 and then 4 to 5:30. So you can you can continue in that also.
Okay.
Maybe.
Okay, I can continue, and then you can go for the last module today.
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay. Yeah.
Maybe after lunch you can continue.
Yeah,
will
I'll
at
continue.
the end.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Done? Okay. Yeah, I can come and have a look. Yes, sit there. Okay, so you have 3 carbon here, right? So you need 3 CO2, right? CH3COCO. So that means 3 carbon.
Yes.
So now you have to balance it again. But
Six
what are
oxygen.
going to be on the other side?
3 oxygen already here.
Okay.
CH2. Balance oxygen.
Yeah. Now you have to.
Please explain for one, sir. Another will use.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. Okay. So what I would do, I would explain one. Okay, and then I'll leave the second one for you. But I'm pretty sure some of you could do that already. So maybe I'll use the board. Okay. I think it's a board is better to explain. So we have pyruvate CH3 COCO minus. So what first you should do? Carbon to carbon dioxide. So how many carbon we have? 3. So that means I have to put 3 CO2. Now oxygen balance. I have 6 oxygen on this side. So I have 3 over there, right? So how many water? 3. Now hydrogen balance. 6 plus 3. I have 9. Right? So how many proton? 9 proton. Now charge balance. So charge balance, I have 9 proton, but if I put 9 electron, the problem is here you see there is 1 negative charge, right? So I have to put 1 extra to balance, right? So that means I would put 10 electron. Okay, 10 electron. So then I divide per mole of electron 9 by 10, 3 by 10, sorry, 10, 3 by 10 H2. Make sense? So look into the charge, okay? And like I think some of you might wrote 1 mole of CO2. Maybe just look into the first thing here. But you have actually 3 carbon, right? On this side. So now how about benzoic acid? Second one. Huh? 6 by 26, okay. Oh, like, am I missing something for the second one? Do you want me to do it on the board? Okay. So second one, I can share the answer. So I have 7 by 30 CO2 plus 1 proton, 1 electron, 1 by 30 H5COOH plus 6 divided by 15. Everyone got this? Use the config. Actually, when I use the proxy, it always shows that message. Yeah, because it's kind of need internet connection, so that's why it's always showing that message. Maybe for next class I will use. Yeah. Okay. All right. So should I move to the next practice problem then? Next practice problem actually one of my favorite. Okay, it's kind of very interesting one. You can see some application. Wastewater treatment plant has decided to use biological denitrification process. So basically nitrate to nitrogen gas, which is actually part of nutrient removal. We call it biological nutrient removal process, because if you don't remove nitrogen and phosphorus from the wastewater, you can have eutrophication. So basically you see algae bloom in summer, right, in water. So those blue green algae. So here in this process, so denitrifying bacteria, they need electron donor. Okay, you have to provide electron donor from outside, and most of the treatment plant, they provide like different types of organic acid or alcohol like ethanol. Okay, so here in this example we are saying ethanol will be used as a electron donor for denitrifying bacteria. Calculate the annual cost of ethanol required for 90% nitrate removal. Okay, so we want to remove 90% of the nitrate, okay, from the process, and we want to estimate how much money we have to spend for that. Okay, like that's a like this is another way you can see like how those half reaction can be utilized for practical implication. And wastewater flow rate is 80,000 meter cube per day. Nitrate concentration is 60 milligram per liter, and price of ethanol is $0.15 per kilogram, and assume FS is negligible. So what means FS is negligible? FS is a negligible means we are ignoring the sludge production part. Okay, so to simplify our life. Okay, so we don't need to, so we only need to consider the RE, reaction for energy generation, acceptor minus donor. And I know you can, so first I'm giving you some hints, okay, and maybe give you 5 to 10 minutes, and then we will go through the solution, but please try to solve it by yourself first. Okay, so what we need to do first, we need to establish a half reaction for donor. So what gonna be the donor here? Ethanol, right? So for ethanol we are gonna establish a half reaction. And what would be the acceptor? Right, that nitrate to nitrogen. This is gonna be my acceptor reaction. So we are gonna complete this reaction, and then we are gonna have RA minus RD, overall reaction, RA minus RD, right? And then based on that, from the final reaction, we can tell, okay, you know what, like for per mole of nitrate, how many mole of ethanol I need, right? So based on reaction stoichiometry, I can calculate how much ethanol I'm gonna need for 90% nitrate removal, and I know the price, I can calculate what should be my cost for this process. Okay, so let's try it. Okay, if you stuck somewhere, please let me know, but I'm gonna show the solution. Okay, but at least try to establish the half reaction as a starting point. So if you have RA and RD, you can calculate the overall reaction. So let's try that. Anyone could get the overall reaction? Are we done with that part or not yet? Can I move on? Okay, I'll give few more minutes. So this is my overall reaction that I got. I can quickly write it on the board. Anyway, you have half reaction there. So overall reaction I got is 1/5 nitrate plus 1/12 C2H5OH plus I think 1 mole of proton, 1/5 proton, right? Then 1/10 nitrogen, 7/20 water plus 1/6 CO2. Okay, so this is my overall reaction. But for this problem, honestly speaking, I don't need to need the whole thing. What I really need, I need to know how many mole of nitrate and how many mole of ethanol I have. Right? So I can see 1/5, which is 0.2, right? So 0.2 mole of nitrate. If you want to convert, then I need 1/12, which is 0.83 mole of C2H5OH, right? So 0.2 mole of nitrate, if you want to convert to nitrogen gas, then you need 0.083 mole of ethanol, right? now I know the molecular weight of nitrate. Nitrogen is 14 plus oxygen 16 multiplied by 3, 48 plus 14, about 62, right? So nitrate is molecular weight 62 gram per mole. How about ethanol? Ethanol is 12, 24, 24, 5. 529 plus oxygen 16 plus 1, 46 gram per mole of ethanol C2H5OH, right? So now that means 0.2 mole, right? So 62 multiplied by 0.2. Everyone can see my writing from the back? Okay. 62 multiplied by 0.2. So 12.4 gram of nitrate. If I wanna actually convert, right, what I need? 46 multiplied by 0.0833 something gram of ethanol C2H5OH. So 46 multiplied by 0.0833, 3.83 gram of ethanol, right? So this is what I need. So 12.4 gram of nitrate, 3.83 gram of ethanol. Now let's go back to the question part. So now I want to remove 90% of nitrate. So now I have to go back to the question. I have to see what is my nitrate loading in the process. Okay. What is the total kilogram of nitrate is actually entering to the system, right? So then I can actually use this stoichiometry to actually calculate how much ethanol I need. So to do that, I have 80,000 meter cube per day, right, is my flow rate. Concentration is 60 milligram per liter. If you convert, that's going to be 0.06 kilogram per meter cube, right? And I want to get rid of 90%, right? So I'm not looking for 100%. I want to remove 90% of the nitrate. So my nitrate loading in the process is going to be so 80,000, right? 80,000. 80,000, okay. 80,000, okay. 80,000 meter cube per day, and I have 0.06 kilogram per meter cube, right, and per day, and I want to estimate annual cost, right? So 365 days. Sorry, yeah, 90% what I will do, I'll just multiply by 0.9, right? I need 90% removal. So my loading I'm going to consider it's like 0.9, and it's for 1 day, so I can multiply by 365. So what would be my loading then? 0.9 multiplied by 80,000, 0.06 multiplied by 365. I have about 155. Did everyone got the same number? No? Yeah, one. I'm getting a different number now. Why? Okay. So 0.9, 80,000 multiplied by 0.06 and then 365 days per year, right? So 0.9, 80,000, 0.06, 365 days. Now I'm getting 157,6,800. Are you getting the same? Okay. So now I can go back. So now I know what is my nitrate loading, right? So that is actually my nitrate. Now from the half reaction, we got a stoichiometry that 12.4 gram of nitrate. If you want to convert, right, to nitrogen gas, you need 3.83 gram of ethanol, right? So now I can use that. So 12.4 gram of nitrate. We need 3.83 gram of C2H5OH. But I can write both side kilogram and kilogram, right? It's gonna be same. I can write kilogram and I can write kilogram, right? So now I have now 157, 6,800. Okay, kilogram of nitrate. So that means 3.83 divided by 12.4 multiply by 157,6,800, right? So 3.83 divided by 12.4. So we need about 487027.7 kilogram of ethanol. And each kilogram is about, what is the price? 0.15, right? So if I multiply by 0.15, it's about 73,000. Okay, $73,000 that I need. So if I multiply that by 0.15, I need about 73,054. Okay, if you convert that to Indian rupee, $80 in USD, so almost 500,000 Indian rupee. Okay, so you need annual cost. So this is here I got about like I think 73,000. Okay, yeah, exact same number I got there. Okay. So yeah, so this is kind of like an example how we can use the half reaction to, you know, even you can do cost assessment for the process using half reaction. Okay, so I have a very last practice problem. Okay, but all I think this lecture gonna be actually shared with them, right? So after the, you know, like after the thing is done. Okay, so very last problem, but is it possible, because they are going to have a quiz, is it possible if we can share them at the end of the day, we can share the slide? So so you can kind of review the topic and get you prepared for the quiz. Okay.
Best idea after every day.
Yeah. So yeah, at the end of the day we can share the slide, okay, and where you are going to have everything, so you can actually prepare for your quiz on Friday, right? And that's when all the magic going to happen. So, but that quiz is going to be mainly MCQ type, right? So MCQ type, so you don't have to do the calculation there. But still, I feel that this is a very good practice. It's going to be something I hope useful, okay, for you. So anyway, very last practice problem before we take a break, okay. The representative empirical formula of biodegradable organics in a wastewater sample is C8H17O3N. Let's assume that the oxidation of biodegradable organics in a biological process can be expressed with the following half reaction. So you have a half reaction there, it's already we built. So yeah, that was actually so you already have a half reaction there, okay, for the oxidation. So you have the half reaction for RD, right, and the released electron from oxidation process can be used to reduce carbon dioxide to methane gas in a bioprocess. So it's kind of like a, anaerobic digestion process, which is an anaerobic bioprocess where actually carbon dioxide can be reduced to methane gas. So this is a reduction reaction, right? So here you are going to have a half reaction for RA, right? So RA. So now you have to establish an overall reaction for the bioprocess, and your Fs, which is fraction of electron utilized for cell synthesis, is 0.08, okay, 0.08. So, and they use ammonia as a nitrogen source for cell synthesis, okay. So we want to actually establish a overall formula, overall chemical reaction, okay. But I know that you don't have all the half reaction handy, so I'm going to go through this example, okay. So but again, I would recommend end of the day when you have the lecture, please go through the materials, okay. Try to practice those half reaction by yourself, okay. And it's kind of quite useful, and it's a good practice as well. So we have this half reaction was given in the problem, and we already know those half reaction, but maybe for the methane part we can do it quickly on the board, right, because that's a new reaction, we didn't do it before. All right, so we want to do half reaction for carbon dioxide to methane, right? So carbon dioxide to methane, we have one carbon, so we don't need to do anything, right? We have 2 oxygen, so that means I have to put 2 mole of water. So now here I have 8 hydrogen, so that means I have to put 8 proton. And to balance I need 8 electron, right? So now if I divide by 8 on both sides, 1 by 8 CO2, 1 by 8 methane, 1 by 4 water, right? Yeah, yeah, that's exactly what we got. And now the third part, RC we have a list, right, in the lecture note. You can also find that in environmental biotechnology book. Not every environmental biotechnology book actually include those half reaction, but one actually written by, I think, Perry McCartney and Bruce Rittman. Okay, there is an environmental biotechnology book you are going to find there. But anyway, I have that list in the lecture note. So then Fe is basically fraction of electron utilized for energy generation. Here we said fraction of electron utilized for cell synthesis is 0.08, right? Only 8% of the electron is utilized for cell synthesis, and this is common because it's an anaerobic process, right? So 92% electron gonna go for energy generation. So this is 0.92. We are gonna accept a reaction. We are gonna multiply, and Fs, which is 0.08, we are gonna multiply the cell synthesis reaction, RC. And then we have this equation, okay, where we can actually plug all those numbers, and we can try to find this overall reaction. Okay, so I would recommend, I did not show the full step here, okay, only wrote the final, but you should try that at home. Okay, so please try that. And so here we end the first session. Okay, we will take a break, and then, so how long we should take a break?
We can start from 2:30.
Oh, we are going to actually stop now?
No, if you want to continue, then another 10.
So it's 1:10.
Yes.
So I think
Finish this one?
I'm done with this one.
Okay.
That was the last slide for this session. So why don't we continue at 2:30 then?
Yes, because I think you need more time than 15-20 minutes.
Yeah, maybe, you know, like, yeah, I'm okay with 2:30. So what's in the schedule?
Straight the second half.
Okay, okay, yeah. So in second module we are going to cover. So now we want to jump into wastewater treatment. So far we talked about the basics of environmental bioprocess. Okay, so we learned how to establish half reaction. We learned actually, like, you know, how to actually, what is the practical implication of half reaction. Now in second module today we are going to talk about characteristics of wastewater. Okay, so more like talking about COD, BOD, okay, some of the implication, okay, and we are going to learn about you know, wastewater treatment process. And tomorrow we are going to actually spend more time on kinetics, okay, microbial kinetics. Because why kinetics is important? Because as I was telling that, okay, you know what, microbial kinetics, it's slow process, right? So that's why you need a very large footprint of your system, which is sometimes not very cost effective to build, right? So everything, like, you know, all the design equation or process parameter, they are kind of linked to the microbial kinetics. So tomorrow morning, so today we are going to learn wastewater characteristics. Tomorrow morning we are going to learn like microbial kinetics and a little bit more detail on wastewater treatment process. And then tomorrow, a major portion of our time, we are going to focus on how we can use kinetics, okay, we can actually kind of translate those kinetics into some design equation, and how we can actually utilize this design equation for, you know, to, you know, kind of talk about different types of important operating parameter or design parameter for wastewater treatment system. Okay, so that's the whole idea that we have. Okay, so thank you so much, and see you at 2:30 then. Okay. Do you have any USB on this? Okay. Yeah, I think it should work now. Yeah. Yeah, I think we have to start at 2:30, right? Okay. Yeah. So I'll give few more minutes. Maybe let's give few more minutes. I think this side is almost empty. Well, are we recording? So I can talk about politics if it's not recorded. Well, Canada, it's a very multicultural country, I would say. You know, like I've been living there for almost 17 years now. So I moved there after I finished my undergrad and then did my master's and PhD from there. So almost 17 years, it's my second home. Okay, and it's kind of quite multicultural, so you don't feel like you are in a different country. And one of the best thing is Canada kind of appreciate different culture. So if you wanna celebrate your culture, nobody is gonna come and say you don't do that. So that's I think the most important thing that I love about Canada. And downside, it's very cold. If you can say so, my first 8 months in Canada, I was in a province called Saskatchewan, and it was one of the most coldest place. So at that time, I think the lowest temperature that I experienced was -60 degrees Celsius. So after that, anything was fine with me.
How about the water flow then? Water temperature.
Well, typically those water actually like they are not stagnant water. So even like in winter, the wastewater, if you go take some sample from wastewater treatment plant, maybe it's gonna be 6 or 7 degrees Celsius because it's not stagnant water.
Salad.
Yeah.
What about tap water? He's asking.
Oh, tap water. Those are actually like underground pipe. They are actually kind of installed in a way that they are not going to be, they are actually kind of like I think 10 feet underneath. So it's not going to be frozen. Sorry?
Do they maintain the temperature?
No.
Then how come it is possible?
No. Actually, like it's actually 10 feet underground. It's not going to be it's going to be pretty warm. Yeah. It's not going to be like frozen temperature. So that's why they maintain like any sewer pipe or any even drinking water pipe. They are actually kind of installed in a way that it's not going to be frozen during winter. So yes, but some provinces then they don't get that much cold. Okay, so for example, British Columbia, they have fairly better weather. Okay, I'm from Alberta, so we are cold, but not as cold as Saskatchewan. Okay, but our province. So I can talk about city where I live. So I live in Edmonton, which is kind of capital of the province of Alberta. And Alberta, I'm not sure whether you know that actually Alberta, we call it oil province of Canada. So we have third largest of oil reserve after Saudi Arabia and Venezuela. So it's kind of like one of the richest province in Canada. And we had once upon a time we had the biggest mall, shopping mall in the world. Okay, we call it West Edmonton Mall. So before Dubai Mall was built, we had the biggest mall. Okay, but now I think we are second or third maybe. Okay, but I can tell you, I was also in Dubai Mall last summer, and they copied a lot of things from our mall. Okay, so yeah, like. I like it there, and it's not Canada is, I would say, life is little bit more peaceful than US. You don't feel like you are always running. Okay, so it's kind of like Canadian, we like to take things little slow compared to US, but I feel like in Canada people are more friendly, not because I'm living there. I feel like they are more friendly compared to US. US sometimes well, I have never been to New York, but I can talk about Chicago. People are, if you ask them, okay, about some location of something, I can tell you a story. Actually, if you ask about location, about something, then nobody is going to actually answer you in US. If you Chicago, New York, I think people don't even going to listen to you. But the first day, actually, I moved to Canada. I remember it was 2008, August 25th. And 26, I wanted to go to university. Okay. And somehow at the time we did not have any smartphone or anything, right? We just got some location from one of our senior friend, and then we decided, okay, what, and still at the time you convert everything like to either rupees or like when you first time go to so we thought, oh my god, actually bus pass is about $3, so it's gonna be about 300, like in our currency. So well, I can just walk. So we walked, but like we were kind of lost. Okay. So then I asked an old lady, okay, what, we are lost, we wanted to go to university. And then she actually walked us for almost 1 kilometer, okay, walked with us, and then she actually like took us to the bus stop and said, okay, this is the bus you have to take. And she was even asking, okay, do you have the bus pass, or you, like, or can I buy you a bus pass? I said, no, what, like, thank you so much for your time, but, we are going to buy the bus pass. So that's how, Canadians are, okay. So, but anyway, like, it's kind of, I would say I really love the culture and diversity there. Okay, that's the most important thing why I kind of decided to settle there. So yeah, it's a nice country, yeah, and it's I think good place for immigrants, and it's much more peaceful, at least like, and one of the most important thing I think it's not. Are you recording? Let's start. So, so now this morning we learned about environmental bioprocesses, kind of more on fundamental side. So how to build half reaction, and from half reaction how we can build overall reaction, and then we learned how we can incorporate cell synthesis, because the whole idea of microbial metabolism is they are going to actually, why they degrade organic compound, because they want to generate energy and then they want to grow at the same time. Okay, so they want to create new cells or synthesize new cells. So that's kind of like the main idea of environmental bioprocess. So now we want to see how that thing can be applied for wastewater treatment, like the whole idea of this GIAN course. So now in this lecture, in second session, we are going to actually learn more about characteristics of wastewater. Okay, so what are the important characteristics that we need to know, okay, to meet or to evaluate whether our process is working properly or not. And at the same time, most of the regulatory guidelines, they are based on some characteristics, and those characteristics are also important for design and operation. Okay, so that's going to be the whole idea for today. So Wastewater is a very complex mix of different types of contaminants. Okay, we can have different types of chemical contaminant, we can have different types of physical contaminants, and we can have biological contaminants. Okay, so under chemical, you can have the main thing, we have organic matter. Okay, and that is kind of like the food for microbes, and we can have like 1,000 different types of organic compound in our wastewater. Okay, and we can have also inorganic material. Okay, different types of inorganic, we can have nitrogen and phosphorus. Okay, we can have different types of emerging contaminants. Okay, different types of emerging contaminants, possibly, you know, this morning you learned about microplastics, right? So when actually plastic is going to the environment, they break down into smaller plastic particles called microplastics or nanoplastics. There are many other emerging contaminants, like I think some of you learned about PFAS compounds, right? Nowadays it's a very hot topic in North America. Yeah. And PPCPs, I remember, and every 10 years I can see, you know, like researchers, they like to deal with some new emerging contaminants. Okay. When I was a grad student, at the time, PPCPs, like, you know, different types of even pharmaceutical compounds like estrol, estradiol, they were like really popular topic for research. And then from 2010 to 20, like now on, mostly people like about microplastic and nanoplastic. And now last 2 or 3 years, people started looking into PFAS compounds. Okay. So emerging compounds are kind of like, you know, it's kind of ongoing. Every 5 or 10 years, we find some compounds and we kind of learn a lot of negative things about that. And then, you know, researchers, they start looking into this. And then, you know, some of the regulatory bodies, they kind of put some regulatory guidelines for these compounds. Yes, yeah.
Do you have guidelines for some of the emerging contaminants in Canada?
Yes.
Like European Union?
Yeah. So most of the time what happen in Canada, we kind of follow US EPA guideline. So we kind of adopt the US EPA guideline. So like Canada and US, like North America is more like very intertwined. So most of the time, like our regulatory guidelines, they are almost the same in all states and provinces, because some of the companies, they have operation in both. They operate like, you know, even some of the, you know, like my industry partner, okay, they research partner, they kind of also have operation in US, some municipalities. So there are a lot of, I can just, to answer your question, recently I think Canada, they adopted a guideline for PFAS compound. So yeah, very recently they identified, I think, so there are many PFAS compounds, but I think they selected some of them. I can't recall exactly how many of those compounds, but they considered, okay, total of them concentration cannot be more than 25 nanogram per liter or something. So yes, for emerging compounds, sometimes there are some regulatory guidelines, but typically for municipalities, they are mostly following regulatory guidelines, mostly for so under physical you have suspended and dissolved solid, and most of the time you are going to see a common guideline is based on COD for organics. Okay, we are gonna, I am not going to tell you what is COD, some of you might familiar, but we are going to cover that in this lecture. But now I can tell you, so most of the regulatory guidelines, they are based on organic matter and suspended solid. Okay. So in organic matter, as I said, there could be 1,000 different types of organic matter in your wastewater. Typically they measured as either BOD or COD. Okay. And suspended solid, they are measured as volatile suspended solid or total suspended solid. And most of the I think countries, their regulatory guidelines is 25 milligram per liter BOD 5 and 25 milligram per liter SS. I'm not sure about India. 30? Okay. But in our BOD, so so most of the regulatory guidelines, they are based on BOD 5 and we are going to learn what is BOD5 in this class, and SS, okay, and SS, and most of the time it's range from 15 to 30 milligram per liter. So if you want to discharge some treated wastewater, okay, in surface water bodies, it has to be below 30 milligram per liter in India. But in Canada, some provinces, I think regulatory guideline is 25. But most of the municipalities, because I can tell at least about, because our like the company that is actually operating wastewater treatment plant, they are actually my industry partner. So I know they are actually maintaining less than 10 milligram per liter. So, and you also, there is also kind of like, regulatory guidelines for how many, like E. coli or fecal coliform you can have per mil of wastewater. So there is also guideline for that. And wastewater treatment plants, they are actually designed in a way that you can actually remove like organic matter, suspended solid. So they are like primary goal. But even 10 or 15 years ago, there was no regulatory guideline for nutrients. But then in Canada, I can tell like about in early 2000, they found actually, and one of the thing I'm not sure whether you know that Canada has actually most of the freshwater resources in the world. Okay, we have so many lakes. Okay, thousands of different lakes. And then 10 or 15 years ago, or maybe 20 years ago, actually it was also on Natural Geographic channel. So they found in every summer they see some algae bloom. Okay, and that is kind of kind of damaging the water quality. And some of the fish kind of, when you have algae bloom, it kind of kill the fish as well, okay, because they don't get enough dissolved oxygen. So yeah, so and then light. So it's kind of like interfering with aquatic environment. So then they realize actually it's coming from those nutrients. So if you release nitrogen and phosphorus to surface water bodies, you are going to have this kind of problem during summer. So then actually most of the treatment plant also started actually looking into kind of removing nitrogen and phosphorus. So previously most of the countries, I'm not sure whether any guideline for nitrogen and phosphorus in India, but in Canada they are actually following that. Guideline is there, okay, yeah. But previously 15 or 20 years ago, the major goal was like BOD and suspended solid. Yes.
Sir, can you more light on PFAS?
You can see it and talk. Yeah. Sorry.
PFAS compound and its status in India.
Well, so PFAS is mainly coming from like I think it's the full name is perfluoroalkyne substances, right? So they are kind of like very complex compound with fluorine bond, right? So well, I'm not an expert on that, but what I know that actually like there are many different types of compound, okay, those PFAS compounds, and it's very difficult to actually identify them or analyze them, okay. So right now the research community is mostly struggling with to detect those compounds, and they are in nanogram level, okay. So nanogram level, and they are actually coming from like some the firefighter, they use some chemical compound to actually control fire. So that is actually mainly coming from that PFAS compounds. It's coming from like also our non-sticky, like if you use a non-stick pan at home, actually there is some PFAS compound can be released from there as well. So mostly and they cannot be actually easily degraded, okay. There are some microbes possibly can convert them to some other PFAS compound, okay, but it takes like I think 15 to 20 years, okay. So that means biologically it's almost impossible to treat them right now. you need like very aggressive physicochemical process or maybe thermochemical process at high temperature to degrade them. So that's what we know. There are many compounds, they are very small concentration that we cannot easily detect. Okay, actually like lot of research community and some of our colleagues in analytical chemistry, even in microbiology, they are trying to develop some tool to kind of like or develop some method they can actually detect those compounds. Okay, and treatment side, it's still, I would say, you don't have any biological process that can treat that compound, and the only thing sometimes, let's say after the treatment process is done, you have to do some sort of like advanced chemical treatment, like advanced oxidation process, or if you have that in soil or sludge, maybe you go with some sort of thermochemical process. But let's say you have a contaminated site with PFAS compound, are you going to actually go for thermochemical conversion process? It's almost impossible, right? So yeah, PFAS, it's still challenging. But another thing I know that now, because some of the like countries, they have now regulatory guideline for less than 25 nanogram per liter for drinking water, not for wastewater. So for drinking water, 25 nanogram per liter, some treatment plant, they are using resin type of compounds, okay, to remove, basically absorb the PFAS compound. But again, resin you absorb, then when you regenerate that resin, you make a concentrated stream. Now you have to deal with that concentrated stream. So it's not easy solution. Okay, so anyway, that's answer your question. Okay, thank you. So yeah, so emerging contaminants, it's kind of like an ongoing process. Like researchers, they kind of research, they find something very kind of threat to public health and environment, then we have some regulatory guidelines for that. But anyway, any conventional wastewater treatment process, they focus on BOD, they focus on suspended solid, they focus on pathogen, but we are using microbes to treat the wastewater, right? And most of the time that pathogen removal, it's kind of like the final step. So after you remove organics and nutrients and suspended solid, finally before you discharge them into river, you have to do some sort of disinfection process to get rid of the coliform or any types of pathogen in there, right? Because you don't want to discharge that in the river. So this is a typical domestic wastewater, okay, and more or less kind of like it's quite same within this range. Either you go to some countries in South Asia, India or Bangladesh, or go to US or Canada, it's going to be more or less within this range. Okay, so suspended solid, what we have about 100 to 350 milligram per liter. Volatile suspended solid is 80 to 275, and we are going to learn more like what is suspended solid, what is VS, what is BOD5 in this class. But I just want to show some numbers first. So chemical oxygen demand 250 to 1000, and biochemical oxygen demand 110 to 400. Okay, and total nitrogen is 20 to 85, and ammonia nitrogen 12 to 50, and total phosphorus 4 to 15, alkalinity 5 to 200, and total coliform 10 to the power 6 to 10 to the power 9 organisms per 100 ml. But one thing I want to emphasize here, you can see chemical oxygen demand is kind of represent the concentration of organics in your wastewater, right? And it's 250 to 1000. But not all organics can be biodegraded, right? Only as, so BOD basically represent what portion can be degraded by microbes, right? So you can see you have about 1000 and 400 is biodegradable. So even that 400 is degraded by microbes, still that 600 milligram per COD gonna be there, but your guideline is based on BOD, not on COD. Why is that? Any thought? Well, I'm pretty sure after this class is done, you can able to answer, but I'm just trying to see, like, you know, anyone has any thought?
Could you repeat the question?
Okay. So, biochemical oxygen demand. Okay. So, there are two terms we use to represent organic content in our wastewater. COD. COD is chemical oxygen demand. Chemical oxygen demand is the oxygen demand that can actually completely, if you oxidize all the organic content. Okay. So, and BOD is biochemical oxygen demand. So, this is more like what portion of organics can be degraded by microbes or biodegradable, right? And obviously, if you have, like, you know, 1000 milligram per liter, only 400 could be your BOD. Okay. So, we can tell 400 milligram per liter is biodegradable. Actually, it's going to be more than 400 milligram per liter because BOD 5 is measured in 5 days, but we are going to get into that. So, still, if you completely remove all the BOD from your wastewater, some COD or organic still going to be there, right?
Yes.
And you are good if you go less than 30 milligram per liter BOD, you can still discharge. But you still have some organics in there, right? So, why it's not regulated?
Because we are focusing here on biological degradation. Because suppose if we do not treat this BOD and that water is going to any surface water bodies, so their bacteria is naturally present even in the wastewater also. So that bacteria is going to eat the dissolved oxygen present in water.
Exactly, yeah. So because now microbes, they cannot actually like degrade the COD, right? Because that is not biodegradable. So the problem is when you send the biodegradable organics in the surface water bodies. Now at that time microbes, in river you have microbes, they are going to actually, and even wastewater there might be some microbes, okay, even after disinfection. Then in river those microbes, they are going to use the dissolved oxygen and dissolved oxygen as their electron acceptor, and they are going to use those remaining BOD as electron donor, and they are going to actually continue their process. Now you are going to have limitation of dissolved oxygen, and that can kill your fish, some aquatic plants, right? So that's why most of the regulatory guidelines, they are based on BOD, not based on COD. Okay. So why treat wastewater? Because if we don't remove the organic matter, then that you are going to see dissolved oxygen depletion in your surface water. Okay. Suspended solid, it can clog the river or channels. Okay. If you have, because there are some suspended solid in wastewater, if you don't remove them, over time they are going to actually clog the river, okay, or they are going to be accumulated in the river, so which is not good, because then actually it's going to interfere with the growth of some aquatic plants and animals. Nutrient, it can actually have summer algae bloom, okay, one common example. Pathogen, it can transmit disease, okay, so that means as a part of our treatment, we have to remove organics, we have to remove suspended solid, we have to remove nutrients, and we have to also remove pathogen, okay, in wastewater treatment process. So in modern wastewater treatment plant, they combine different types of, although this class is mainly focusing on environmental bioprocesses, so where actually the process where we use microbes, but modern wastewater treatment plant, you need other processes as well, okay. So you need other physical and chemical processes in addition to biological process. But in wastewater treatment plant, the major part, like the BOD removal part, is actually done by bioprocess, okay, done by microbes, okay. So how modern wastewater treatment plant work? So first raw water is actually entered to the plant and actually passed through a preliminary treatment process, okay, and then you can see there are four level of treatment: preliminary, primary, secondary and advanced. And after advanced treatment you can actually release the treated wastewater, okay. So secondary treatment is mainly the biological, where actually we remove the BOD, and advanced treatment is more like disinfection or polishing step. So before you release, you have to further polish the treated wastewater. And primary and secondary treatment process actually kind of also produce sludge, okay, and that is kind of collected from the treatment line, and that is actually managed separately, okay. So in modern wastewater treatment plant we have two treatment train, one is for liquid and one is for solid. And liquid treatment train kind of works in a way that actually kind of solid is separated and then actually sent to the solid treatment line. So so you can see wastewater. So we are going to use the term WW, okay. So this is for wastewater. So first you have screening and grid chamber, okay. Some treatment plant we also have like flow equalization tank. So sometimes because wastewater flow rate is not same throughout the day, right, but sometimes some treatment facility they are designed in a way that like they cannot actually kind of balance the dynamics in the flow, okay. So that's why sometimes some treatment plant they have a tank where they can store the wastewater for certain period, and then actually it can go to the treatment process. And then you have primary clarifier, which is basically sedimentation process. We remove some solid, okay, we call it primary sludge, and then the effluent basically supernatant from this clarifier is going to go to the secondary treatment process. And secondary treatment process where all the magic actually kind of done by the microbes, okay. So you have an aeration tank that is actually followed by a secondary clarifier, so another settling tank. So aeration tank we have microbes, aerobic microbes, okay, where actually we supply air, okay, we supply air. So basically we are providing them oxygen, which is electron acceptor, and they already have electron donor, which is basically organics in wastewater, and then they oxidize the organic matter, and then oxygen is kind of reduced to water. And why we need secondary clarifier? Because microbes, okay, we need to keep a certain concentration of microbes in this treatment tank, okay, because otherwise if microbes they wash out from the system, we won't have treatment, right, because we need to keep the microbes to make sure that they can treat the wastewater. So that's why what happened, like this aeration tank is followed by a secondary clarifier where we settle the sludge, which is basically active biomass, and a portion of sludge we kind of recycle it back to the tank to make sure that we can always keep a certain concentration, okay, and a part of it is wasted, okay. So you have a significant portion of sludge produced in the system because you remember that Fs and Fe. So Fs is high for activated sludge process or a aerobic process, so that means that process is going to produce huge amount of sludge. So we are going to recycle a small portion, but the major portion is going to be actually released and sent to the solid treatment train where sludge is collected. So primary sludge and secondary sludge is collected, and then that is actually thickened, because sludge, although we call it solid, it's still the water content is really high, almost 7 to 98% is actually water, only 2 to 3% is solid. So that means before we send it to anaerobic digestion process, we need to actually increase the solid content, okay. So typically anaerobic digestion process in wastewater treatment plant, they are operated at solid content of 5 to 7%, okay, mostly 5% I think on average. So that means you have to thicken the sludge, and then after thickening you can send the water back to the here, Okay. And after the anaerobic digestion process, so anaerobic digestion process, this part is done by anaerobic bacteria. Okay. You remember one example I was giving, CO2 to methane. So the same thing, yes.
Just a small correction, I guess. That supernatant from the sludge thickening, it must go to the primary clarifier because you have suspended solid, circulable solid also.
So
Supernatant of this, yeah.
no, you can actually directly send it to the aeration tank, because typically it's thickening process. So the idea is you are already separating the solid from liquid. So if it's liquid, you can directly send it to the aeration tank. Okay. Even after the anaerobic digestion process, okay, after the anaerobic digestion process, you have to do the dewatering again, because anaerobic digestion process, after you getting the slurry, okay, you have solid and liquid. So now solid, you have to actually dispose it, okay, dispose it or send it for composting process to actually convert it into biofertilizer. But to do that, okay, after the process is done, you have to do another step for solid liquid separation, like thickening here. So here you are going to do sludge dewatering, and then the liquid part is actually send it back to the aeration tank again. So we kind of make sure that solid and liquid, they are kind of kept separated in the treatment process. And then finally that dewatered sludge cake, okay, after that process is done, that dewatered sludge either it can be incinerated or can be used for land application, but some treatment facility they go with incineration. Why? Because sometimes the pathogen content could be too high and it's not going to be safe for direct land application. So that's why they kind of almost sanitize the sludge, okay, by incineration process. But some treatment plant also go for composting. So for example, like the city that I live in, they actually kind of after anaerobic digestion process, they kind of they separate the sludge, and that sludge is actually used for further composting, and then they actually use that as a compost for gardening, because you cannot directly apply. But this is kind of like most of the centralized facility. But if you go to small wastewater treatment plant, let's say small town, okay, then you are not going to see all those unit processes. Okay, for example, small town, you are not going to see any anaerobic digester. So what they do in small town, they kind of get the sludge, dewater, and send it to landfill directly. That's kind of cheaper option, because to build anaerobic digestion facility, I'm getting into your question, anaerobic digestion facility, it's quite expensive. Okay, yes. Huh? Sludge? Sludge is basically the solid portion of the wastewater, because wastewater you have both like liquid dissolved organics, and at the same time you have some organics in solid.
After primary clarifier, it is okay that sludge is solid, but after secondary clarifier, what is present in sludge?
So after, okay, I'm getting into that. So after primary clarifier, you are getting rid of solid, but not all. There are going to be still some solid. So remaining solid is going to the aeration tank, and in aeration tank you are producing actually more sludge, right? Because those aerobic microbes, they degrade organic compounds, they are actually producing more cells, right? So now you have that suspended solid that coming with wastewater. Now you have more biomass that is actually produced during the process. Now they are mixed together. Okay. So yes, primary clarifier, we are removing some of the part of the solid, okay, but still we are going to have more solid in secondary treatment process. That's answered your question. Okay. So let's see little bit, let's have a deeper look into different level. So preliminary treatment, it's mostly physical process, okay, and we have two process, screening and grit removal, and that process mostly remove large inorganic particle or small inorganic particle. So for example, screening process actually remove large floating debris like Wastewater, you could see lot of different other stuff. Wastewater is not necessarily just coming from your home or something, right? There could be lot of other material there, depending on like how the sewer network actually work in your city. So there could be lot of larger inorganic items in there, like there could be like plastics in wastewater, right? Large floating debris. So before, in the very first process, in preliminary treatment, we get rid of them. And why is that? Because we want to make sure that they don't interfere with the downstream processes, okay? Because if you send plastic in biological process, plastic actually not good for microbes, right? Because plastic, there are some additive material. Over time, they can leach some chemical, and that can actually inhibit microbial activity. So that's kind of like simple thing. But some of those material can also create some operational issues, right? So it can clog the pipe, or some other things could happen. And so that's why screening process remove them. The second process is grid chamber. So grid chamber is kind of separate inorganic particle, small inorganic particle. Like you can have a lot of sand and other, like broken glass or some other stuff in there, right? In wastewater. So grid chamber kind of separate them. And from both screening and grid chamber, we remove those items, inorganic items, and we typically send them to landfill because there is no value out of it. Because they are mostly inorganic, so we cannot actually kind of recover. Maybe there could be some valuable item, but it's not makes sense because we cannot typically control them, right? You don't have control over what kind of inorganics you can have in your wastewater. So we send them to landfill, and the remaining, after screening process, wastewater kind of go to the secondary treatment process.
Here again, I
Yeah.
have an issue.
Yeah.
It should go to the primary treatment process, not secondary, because we have only done preliminary treatment. Then it will go to the primary.
Oh yeah, actually that's a typo. Yes, it should be primary. Yes. Okay. So I'll correct that before I send you the actually file. Okay. So this is primary treatment process. Yes. Thanks for the correction. So primary treatment process. Then after screening, you send the screened water to the primary treatment, which is another physical process. Okay. That is done by gravity settling. Okay. Sometimes actually chemical coagulants are added. And why chemical coagulant? Because sometimes settleability of the suspended solid that you have in your wastewater, it's not good, okay? And you don't want to now, if you want to give them more time to settle, it's not economically feasible, right? You need a bigger tank. So sometimes to balance that, so wastewater treatment facilities, they add some coagulant, okay?
Potash alum, sir.
Yeah, alum, mostly alum, yeah.
FeCl3.
Yeah. So mostly alum is used. So what happened, like you kind of create big flock, okay? So they can settle very easily. So like remove, and that process can remove 50 to 60% of the suspended solid. So to going back to your question, you can see that process can remove only 50 to 60% of the suspended solid. So that means 50 to 60% suspended solid still gonna be there when it's
40% of BOD also.
yeah, and 40% of BOD. So suspended solid, a small portion could be BOD as well, because BOD it's not just soluble. Okay, so we are gonna get into that characteristics. So and minimum 2 tanks are used for continuous operation. So in wastewater treatment plant, you're gonna see multiple tanks. Okay, and why is that? Because sometimes your one tank could be down, right? So other tank you can still operate that. So typically they have one as a backup, or like sometimes they have to do maintenance for other tanks. So, and it's considered that when we do primary clarifier or any engineering design calculation for primary clarifier, we kind of consider that there is no biological activity in there. Okay, so this is purely physical process, but in reality there might be. okay, because we don't have control over that. And detention time, typical range for primary treatment process, it's 1.5 to 2.5 hours, okay, but typically is 2 hours is recommended. Now secondary treatment process, which is biological process, and that actually remove organics, okay, as BOD, and most of the treatment plant use aerobic activated sludge process. Actually that process was developed in, I think, 1914, okay, so more than 100 years ago in UK that was first developed, and that process actually still works, okay. Most of the wastewater treatment facilities worldwide actually they use this process, okay, and still even after 100 years later, no other process can actually compete with that. Okay, so that is actually, but one of the major, but the major problem is footprint and operation. Okay, so footprint. So in activated sludge process, you have active aeration. Okay, so basically you have to supply air in the process, and that is actually quite expensive. Okay. A few years ago, there was a report that actually aeration in all wastewater treatment plant across Canada. So in Canada, we have about 3,000 wastewater treatment plant, okay, including small and big, and all of them aeration cost about $2 billion every year. Okay, so it's not a small number. So, so that's why sometimes like small scale wastewater treatment facilities, they go with some other option, like some treatment plant they have trickling filter, they have some treatment plant have rotating biological contractor called RBC, some treatment plant use fluidized bed reactor. For industrial wastewater treatment, there is actually reactor upflow anaerobic sludge blanket reactor, or USB. Actually that is actually developed in 1970s in Netherlands for industrial wastewater treatment. And that is actually still kind of very popular design for industrial wastewater treatment. Okay, so some small scale facilities they go with other treatment processes. And actually in our tomorrow's lecture, I'm going to provide some detail on that. Okay, so we are going to cover like little bit more detail how those different processes actually work, because today I want to focus more on characteristics. So, and advanced and tertiary treatment process. Advanced and tertiary treatment process, there could be different types of processes, okay, depending on kind of what compound you want to remove. Okay, so key process is nitrification, denitrification. Okay, remove nitrogen, biological and chemical phosphorus removal, remove phosphorus. But nowadays, okay, most of the treatment plant they kind of they don't consider nitrogen and phosphorus removal as a tertiary process. Okay.
Yeah, that is my question.
Yeah. Now actually most of the treatment plant they incorporate nitrogen and phosphorus removal in activated sludge process.
Yes,
so they create
nitrification there also.
Yeah. So they create different zone in the aeration tank, and then they actually control the nitrification, denitrification with carbon removal. Okay. But like 10 or 15 years ago, it was like the final step. But now this is secondary, not tertiary.
So wherever we consider it as a tertiary treatment process, what kind of things they do after the activated sludge process?
They mostly, it could be biological process, like enhanced biological phosphorus removal, there is a process, and denitrification, because you expect that there are going to be some nitrification in aeration tank.
But
so
it is not sufficient.
Yeah. So nitrification is basically ammonia to nitrate, okay, and denitrification is nitrate to nitrogen gas. Okay. So what happened? Nitrification process can happen in your aeration tank because you are supplying oxygen in there, right? But denitrification process, it's more like anoxic. Okay, some people also call it like anaerobic, but it's anoxic process. So anoxic process, I think practice problem 2, we kind of learned about denitrification, right? Nitrate to nitrogen gas. So for that process, it's kind of like you have to provide exogenous electron donor there, because the BOD or organics that you have in your wastewater, it's not enough for denitrification. So sometimes some treatment plant, they have like denitrification as a tertiary treatment process. And there is another biological process called enhanced biological phosphorus removal, that is also was like tertiary treatment. But now most of the treatment facilities, they have nitrogen and phosphorus removal is integrated within activated sludge process. So there are many different design, like even like, and the most slowest step in wastewater treatment process is nitrification. Okay, that process is very slow, and so that's why the problem is microbial kinetics. It depends on temperature, right? And think about in Canada, in
pH also there, I guess heterotrophs are there.
Yeah.
So pH and temperature affects their.
Yeah, temperature is it's kind of has biggest impact. And think about in Canada, we have in winter we have -50, -40. At the time temperature of wastewater is like, let's say 5 or 6. In summer our temperature could be 40. Okay, at the time temperature temperature of wastewater could be 20, 21. Okay, so think about, we learned from our high school that actually for every 5 degrees Celsius then difference, actually microbial kinetics is kind of doubled, right? So that means how you manage that temperature difference. So that's why some treatment plant in Canada, they have something called swing zone. Okay, so in summer they kind of make this, they stop the aeration in those tank. Okay, but in winter they kind of run aeration in those tank because nitrification process need oxygen. So they kind of so in same tank, but you play with how you operate them. Okay, so there are a lot of advanced engineering design in this area, how to incorporate nitrogen and phosphorus removal within activated sludge process.
So nowadays, according to you, this removal of nitrogen and phosphorus is not considered under tertiary treatment?
No, it's not tertiary anymore. But if you go to textbooks, some textbooks still consider them as a tertiary. In most of that wastewater textbook, you are going to see it's like tertiary treatment. But in practically, it's not.
Suppose in some of the treatment plant, if we have to recycle the wastewater, then we also install the membranes.
Yeah, exactly.
Also
Yeah.
coming under tertiary treatment, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you want to actually reuse the water, because there is a lot of interest in reusing water. Okay, then
some treatment plant that is called biological nutrient removal process, BNR.
BNR. Yeah.
So there, in the beginning itself, they do phosphorus removal.
Yeah. So actually some treatment plant, they don't actually call activated sludge process anymore. They call it BNR now. Okay. So they kind of assume that, okay, carbon, we have to remove that anyway. This is kind of very basic thing, right? So that's why they call those even our wastewater treatment plant in our city, they call it BNR. They don't even talk about activated sludge process anymore.
We discuss the unit operation part in BNR.
Actually, you know what, maybe I can incorporate that in tomorrow's lecture, okay, and show how we can control different like BNR, or how we can incorporate nutrient removal in conventional wastewater treatment process. Okay, yeah, thanks for that. I think that would be a very good addition to that. So typically, actually, let me tell you, some of the content that I'm covering in this class, maybe I have 3 or 4 lectures. But here I have to compact everything within 4 days. So that's why I'm trying to kind of share the most important information that you need to know or the most fundamental thing that you need to know. But please feel free if you think anything that you want to learn more. Okay, we are here to learn together. Okay, so please feel free to ask any question. So and disinfection, it's kind of like mandatory. If you want to release some wastewater, treated wastewater, you have to make sure that there is no pathogen is not there. But depending on, you know, like regulatory guideline, there could be some other tertiary treatment process, like, you know, mostly polishing step. There could be granular media filtration, there could be ion exchange, there could be advanced oxidation. So let's say, you know, some city or some province in US or Canada, okay, they put a guideline for PFAS. Now wastewater treatment facility, they don't have any choice, right? If they wanna, because if they run, if they wanna operate their wastewater treatment facilities, they need government approval, and they also need to submit report, right? Their performance report, like, you know, their how effective is their treatment processes. But now if they have a regulatory guideline for PFAS, we know that actually regular biological process cannot remove that. Now disinfection is only going to kill pathogen, right? So that means they need one of those process here to remove PFAS compound.
Sir, activated carbon means absorption?
Absorption, yeah. So if you have any compound, like, you know, even we know that sometimes microplastic or nanoplastic can be removed with actually absorption process.
Smell.
Huh?
Smell.
Yeah, even odor, yeah, yeah.
In your opinion, these polishing steps are all under tertiary treatment?
Yeah,
correct?
yeah, yeah.
And suppose we have done the disinfection,
Mhm.
then we can pass that water to these processes, right?
No, typically disinfection is the final one. So if you have a polishing step, this has to be before disinfection. So disinfection is always the final step before you release.
But sometimes the question which I asked you, suppose if we have reverse osmosis membrane
Mhm.
and we want to recycle that water,
Mhm.
or suppose washing some trains or buses, so in that case I have seen they do the disinfection first, then they pass that water to the reverse osmosis.
Yeah, it depends on, like, you know,
Because if we do not do suspended solids and pathogen will stuck to the membrane,
mhm.
and you know, then biofouling will happen. So that is why they prefer disinfection first.
Yes, it depends on, like, you know, so if you want to recycle wastewater, you can actually have this kind of flow, you know, like unit processes. So first disinfection, then actually in our wastewater treatment plant in our city, they also actually recycle a portion. Actually some industries there, actually they want recycled water from our, you know, wastewater treatment plant. So they have actually membrane process after disinfection, and the part is actually going to the industry. But majority, if you are directly dumping to the surface water, then disinfection should be the final step. You don't want to do any other step. So yes, for regular, if you want to just dump the wastewater, treated wastewater, then, you know, like disinfection should be final, and depending on your regulatory guideline, you can use one of them as a polishing step. But polishing step, it's not very common unless you want to actually recycle the wastewater.
What is this air stripping?
Air stripping, sometimes actually some treatment facility, like 10 or 15 years ago, they did not have actually nitrogen removal. Okay,
So it's like ammonia stripping.
ammonia stripping, yeah. And sometimes when you recycle, so sometimes when you recycle that stream after dewatering, actually it contains lot of ammonia, because anaerobic digestion process, it's break down the solid. Okay, so biomass, it get lot of protein. So when you break down those biomass, it releases lot of ammonia. So when you actually send this stream back to the aeration tank, there could be lot of ammonia there. Okay, and if you don't have BNR included in there, then ammonia gonna be in your final wastewater. So then you need some process to remove that ammonia. Ammonia is odorous, plus ammonia can actually kind of create some problem for especially depending on pH and temperature. It can be in the form of free ammonia gas, which is toxic to microbes. Okay. So yeah, if you want to recycle, reverse osmosis could be one process that you can use for recycling. So anyway, so now we know that actually in modern wastewater treatment process, they have typically 4 steps, okay, for preliminary treatment, primary treatment, secondary treatment, and secondary treatment is the main core part where we remove BOD using microbes, and then tertiary treatment. So tertiary treatment is more like polishing step, okay, or final step where we kind of remove pathogen as a primary goal. But depending on the regulatory guideline, you might be kind of focusing on other contaminants, for example, if you want to recycle wastewater, then you have to go with membrane like reverse osmosis. If you want to actually remove some emerging contaminants like PFAS or microplastic, possibly you have to go with advanced oxidation or some absorption process. Okay. Oh, its battery is running low for laptop. Can you please connect that? It's connected here. What happened? Okay, yeah, thank you. All right, so let's move on. And so this is for liquid treatment, but we know that actually sludge is going to be separated from primary clarifier and secondary treatment process, and then sludge is typically treated in biological process like anaerobic digestion process, but we need to actually thicken the sludge. Otherwise, we are going to need a very large reactor, right? Because that part is for solid, not for liquid, right? So we want to make sure that the sludge is more concentrated. There is more solid content in there. And then we can treat that in anaerobic digestion process, produce biogas. Most of the centralized facilities, they use biogas and combust the biogas in combined heat and power generation unit. So you can actually have heat and electricity. So sometimes actually that heat and electricity can be reutilized in the treatment plant. Okay. So electricity you need for different operation, like running pumps, you need electricity for office buildings. Heat can be actually reutilized for heating the digester. So typically anaerobic digestion process is done at 35 degrees Celsius. Okay. So that means you need to actually provide heating. So sometimes actually in Canada in winter we need building heating as well, right? So sometimes the biogas is reutilized in the facility. But some treatment plant also use incineration, okay? As I was telling that actually you cannot, yes.
I have another question. Just like problem you have in Canada for wastewater treatment due to the temperature difference in summer and winter. So how do you deal this anaerobic digestion? Because in winter microbes cannot grow.
No, we actually it's always heated. We maintain a certain temperature, 37.
Heating maintenance.
Yeah, it's throughout the year we maintain same temperature. Yeah.
Okay.
So yes, like in winter you have to. In winter it's extra cost. Yeah, but in summer maybe you have some surplus. Yeah. So that's why, like in summer you don't need heating. So that's why there is lot of interest. Instead of actually like burning biogas in CHP plant, if we can actually upgrade that biogas to renewable natural gas. So now you can just inject in the grid. Yeah. So that's why there is, so this is kind of nice to see how industry is shifting. So nowadays in Canada there is lot of interest and there is many project on how to convert biogas, not just coming from digester, even from landfill. So how to actually convert that gas to renewable natural gas. So typically biogas you have 60% methane, okay, and 40% carbon dioxide. So you have to remove actually carbon dioxide, okay, and there are some other impurities like sulfide, yeah. So after that, actually when you have 95 to 97% methane, you can actually directly inject that in the grid, natural gas grid. So there is actually a lot of interest on that, okay. Actually some of my research is on also focusing on this. Actually I am giving a research seminar, I am not sure whether, so they are going to know about the research seminar? Oh, in the department, okay. Yeah, so all right, so so although I'm just talking about here anaerobic digestion process and incineration, there are some advanced processes, okay. So for example, like there in these days there is lot of interest on instead of even going for anaerobic digestion process, if we can actually go for some advanced thermochemical conversion process, like there is a process called hydrothermal liquefaction, okay, or HTL. So we can actually convert at high temperature, we can convert the sludge into biocrude. So more like actually crude oil, okay. So you can further upgrade that biocrude, some like different bioproducts, okay, even like jet fuel, you can upgrade that into jet fuel. So there is actually lot of interest on
It's under research stage or
under research still. I know that some treatment facilities they wanted to go for pilot, but I think still there are a lot of challenges in there.
they are doing this kind of research.
Yeah, actually in my research group I also work on that. So
People are also converting it to the chemicals.
yeah, so we kind of, so hydrothermal liquefaction process can give you three things. One is biocrude, another is one aqueous phase, which is also contains some organics. Actually aqueous phase you can treat in anaerobic digestion process and produce methane, and then you get something called hydrochar, okay. Hydrochar is more like biochar. So yeah, solid part. So that is kind of can be used as an adsorbent as well. So there is lot of interest, but they are mostly still in research phase.
So at what temperature you are doing this hydrothermal?
Hydrothermal liquefaction, we are it's close to 300 to 400, between 300 to 280 to 400.
So same kind of Teflon line reactor you are using?
Yeah, we
Or
use
some other kind of
par hydrothermal reactor we use, yeah.
per hydrothermal?
Yeah.
Difference between hydrochar and biochar? What is the advantage?
So, well, the solid part from regular pyrolysis process when you do, and the solid part you get, you call it biochar, okay. But hydrothermal liquefaction, it's kind of more suitable for some feedstock containing high moisture content, okay. So you don't get, I think the yield is low for the solid part, okay. So you don't get a huge amount of hydrochar, and I think still the moisture content is little high in there, okay. But I think physical properties more or less I would say the same. Both can be used as adsorbent.
Its efficacy differs from different contaminant.
It depends on the precursor material. What kind of material? Like for sludge, for example, if you use sludge for HTL process, the quality of hydrochar could be different from hydrochar that you can get from lignocellulosic biomass. Okay, So it depends on the, like, ash content gonna be different, you know, heavy metals content gonna be different, okay? Because sometimes it's, let's say you produce some biochar, okay? Now you wanna use that as an adsorbent for wastewater treatment, but it got high heavy metal content. Now, yes, you are treating, you are removing some contaminants, but at the same time that is actually leaching some heavy metals in your wastewater. So now you are actually creating another problem, right? So yeah, but yes, those things are still in, I would say, in research stage, but some researchers, they are trying to do pilot, okay, but it's quite challenging. Actually, thermochemical conversion process, I think it's stopped. What happened?
Sir, if I want to treat the heavy metal effluent, so the biochar will be more efficient than the hydrochar.
I can tell. I can't answer that, honestly speaking. It's hard to tell.
Heavy metal removal.
Mm-hmm.
Bioabsorption is a process. Yeah. Some sort of bacteria. They adsorb on the membrane, cell membrane.
So if I understand you correctly, so your question is to remove heavy metals,
Yeah.
which process is efficient?
Yes, more efficient. By making hydrochar or biochar?
Honestly speaking, I don't know the answer. Okay.
Another solution is that bioabsorption is a process.
Bioabsorption, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think you are planning to actually cover bioabsorption.
Yeah, bioabsorption.
Yeah. So we can actually use remove heavy metals using bioabsorption. Yeah. So that can be one process, but hydrochar and biochar both can be. To answer your question, okay, first of all, I don't know which one would be efficient, but both are good adsorbent. So both biochar and hydrochar, both are good adsorbent, and both can actually work. But again, you have to, the performance of biochar and hydrochar, my understanding, it depends on the precursor material, like what kind of material you are using to actually kind of, you know, synthesize those biochar or hydrochar. So for example, like, you know, so hydrochar is actually, they are coming from two different thermochemical process, okay? So biochar is coming from pyrolysis process, and hydrochar is coming from hydrothermal liquefaction process, okay? So thermochemical conversion process, they have, like, you know, there are many different kind of thermochemical conversion process, okay? So they kind of vary in temperature, they vary in, you know, some process they are done in presence of oxygen, some process are done in absence of oxygen, right? So depending on the how you manipulate the process, you end up with different distribution of different types of product, okay? But more or less all you know, processes gonna give you a liquid stream, okay, an oil stream, okay, some solid and some gas, but their yield could be different, okay? So hydrochar and biochar, they are coming just from, they have quite similar properties, but they are coming from two different processes, okay? All right, so let's move on. So yeah, so what I was telling, anaerobic digestion is a very conventional process, okay? And after anaerobic digestion process, most of the anaerobic digestion process actually cannot meet, okay, the quality of digestate is not good for direct land application, okay? And there is an actually a guideline by that is actually set by US EPA, and I think most of the countries worldwide actually they are following US EPA guideline, okay? So US Environmental Protection Agency, and they have, like, you know, if it's and based on the pathogen content or microbial activity, they kind of classify the digestate as class A and class B. Okay, so if you have pathogen content below a certain limit, that is class A. So class A can be applied anywhere. You can actually directly apply to the land, but class B you cannot. There is some restriction. Yes, if you send it to landfill, you can do that, but if you want to apply to the land, you have to go for some further treatment process, post-treatment process. Like it could be composting, it could be some other process. Some treatment facility, they don't want to send it to landfill, they just go for incineration. Because incineration, it's kind of very conventional process. You basically combust the sludge, right? And maybe produce the heat and actually run the boiler, like which is kind of easier for them. But some treatment plant, they are, so now industry is shifting. Why industries, like all those things, so we are talking about pyrolysis or hydrothermal liquefaction. Why we are talking about that? Because we want to get more value out of the waste. We know that, okay, incineration process, what you are going to get? Heat and electricity. Heat and electricity is, we consider it's cheap, okay? But if we can get like very high value, let's say I can get crude, bio-crude and upgrade that into jet fuel, right? That has more value than compost, right? Compost is the cheapest thing, but if I, instead of compost, if I can get jet fuel, that would be more actually revenue generation for municipalities, right? So that's why they are investing a lot these days. Like you learn about a lot of different techniques, but it's not easy to scale up. What we do in the lab, sometimes yes, in lab it works, but to scale up, it's kind of quite challenging. Okay, so anyway, so summary of wastewater treatment process. So we have preliminary treatment where we remove large inorganic particles and small portion of suspended solid and floating particles. Primary treatment, we remove 50 to 60% of small portion of suspended solid and a part of BOD. Okay, because BOD, some of the BOD can be in the suspended form. Okay, so for example, like in our wastewater, not all organics, they are insoluble. There are some solid in there, right? So, and secondary treatment process mainly remove BOD and some suspended solid, and may also include nutrient depending on how you operate the system. Tertiary treatment process mainly remove nutrient and pathogen, and sludge treatment and handling, we reduce the volume of sludge, because the main target, honestly speaking, some treatment facility, they have anaerobic digestion facility, but they don't use the biogas, they just flare it. Why? They still wanna, yeah, they burn it, they just flare because they don't want to release methane, because that is actually kind of more dangerous greenhouse gas. But at the same time, if they don't want to recover energy, why they actually still use anaerobic digestion process? Because they want to get rid of the volume of sludge, because now if they don't actually reduce the volume, transportation cost can be really expensive. Actually, like per ton of sludge in North America, transportation and disposal cost is about $250 per ton. Okay, so which is expensive. So that's why, like, still some treatment facility, they are not utilizing like biogas. Why not? Because sometimes biogas, it has a lot of impurities, and it's kind of like upgrading and utilizing, it's not cost effective for them. So instead they can just flare it. Yeah. So now, so any questions so far? We are good? Okay. So now let's move to the characteristics of the wastewater. Like, we are talking about BOD and SS like a lot, but we want to learn a little bit more about that now. So characterization. So why we need to know the characteristics of wastewater? Because it's a key factor in designing wastewater treatment process. Okay, so if we don't know the characteristics, we cannot decide, okay, how long we need to provide that, like what should be the residence time that I should provide for microbes to actually degrade those compounds, right? So for example, in your wastewater, if wastewater treatment let's say city, like in here in Allahabad, BOD is 100 milligram per liter. Now let's say in Delhi it's 200. Like residence time not going to be the same, right? Even if you have same types of microbes, right? So that's why we need to know, like what kind of contaminants are there. So that is going to determine what should be our design and operation practice. And domestic wastewater contain like mostly water, 99.9% is water, and only 0.1% is solid. And characteristics of wastewater is actually it's based on physical.
Quick question.
Yeah.
Is that 0.1% contains dissolved solid and suspended solid?
It's mainly suspended solid. Mainly
Suspended solids and inorganic
Yeah.
part, which
Yeah.
is filter out in preliminary.
Even some inorganic could be in dissolved form. Okay, and some solid could be either in suspended. Even there could be some dissolved solid as well, because you see, like suspended solid in wastewater, it's measured using filter size 1.2 micrometer, 1.2 or 1.5.
I guess 0.5.
No, 0.45 is for soluble. But typically in North America we use 1.2 or 1.5. It's common practice. Yeah, 1.2 is mostly used. Some people also use 1.5. Okay. So that means there could be some particle, okay, less than 1.5, right? They are still solid, but less than 1 point. So that's why it depends on. So sometimes we call them, it's not soluble, but it's not suspended, it's in between. It's called colloidal, okay, colloidal particle. So one of the key characteristics that we consider for designing wastewater treatment process is carbonaceous organic material. So carbon removal, right? So carbonaceous matter is measured as either COD or BOD. Solid and particulate matter is measured as suspended solid. Okay, so we want to remove both BOD and suspended solid. And nitrogen and phosphorus compound, and biological parameter like fecal coliform, pathogen, or viruses, depending on what kind of biological parameter that we are interested about. So now let's talk about. So can we take like maybe 5 minutes break and then continue? Okay. So let's take 5 minutes break. Yeah. So let's start at 4. I think it's 3:55 now, right? So let's start at 4. Okay, let's skip them. Huh? No, I'm just going to take 5 minutes break.
Okay.
Because I never gave lecture more than 3 hours.
Okay,
But
that's
today I only made 3 hours.
Students after having a break, I think they are more.
Yeah. So, but I like it actually. There is a lot of interaction, so which is good. Yeah.
That is what we look for, because otherwise it will be a regular lecture.
Yes.
In Canada, the ambient temperature is very less.
Sorry.
Ambient temperature is very less in Canada.
It depends, like for example, in summer it could be as high as 40 degrees Celsius.
That also is possible.
Huh?
That also is possible.
Yeah. Actually, like typically in July and August, those are like warmer months. So sometimes it could be even, I think in 20.
What is the energy source for you, sir?
Huh?
Energy source for you in Canada.
In Canada, so we are mostly for heating we use natural gas. So most of the houses they are actually gas heating.
You have gas reserves, sir.
Yeah, it's mostly gas heating. So most of the house they have furnace that use actually natural gas.
Idle energy and hydroelectrical energy is not possible for you.
So hydro.
That is water. Water flow.
Oh no.
That is not possible. And solar, do you practice?
Solar, the problem is well, there is some sort of mixed opinion. Okay, why? Because let's say we have 6 months winter, and during that time daytime is actually very short, right? We don't have enough sunlight, and sometimes even you have sunlight, those solar panel gonna be covered with snow. So now almost 6 months you cannot use them. So now the question is whether you want to invest for something that you can actually use for 6 months.
Maybe energy consumption will be more than other countries for you.
In winter, yes, in winter, but during summer daytime is really long. Actually we have sunset sometimes at 10:30 p.m. in summer. So in summer, yes, it's gonna be less, but in winter we have like electricity. Electricity is kind of throughout the year, it's quite more or less same, but gas heating sometimes in winter we get like $400 or $500 just a heating bill. So which is crazy, yeah.
Sir, what is the combination of petroleum fuel and biofuel in Canada?
So, well, in for car, so there is actually mandate that so we use octane, okay. So the mandate is actually at least 5 to 10% gonna be actually mixed with biofuel like ethanol. So there is a mandate. Some provinces they have 5%, some provinces they have 10%. So yeah, 5 to 10% I would say. But other renewable energy, as I said, like solar, it's still kind of like there are mixed opinion. There are some companies they are trying to promote, but people are very skeptical about that, like whether they want to actually really adopt because now the upfront cost is, it's like electric car that we are like you pay more upfront, but you don't know whether you are going to get that value or not, right? So
Installation cost.
yeah, installation cost is really high. It's full already, so, but I think let's give few more minutes.
Do you have any idea in this recalcitrant compounds?
Sorry?
Recalcitrants.
Yeah.
Do you have any idea, sir?
Like what kind of recalcitrant compounds you are?
Just heard, I'm not sure. Materials which cannot be biodegradable.
So that could be actually under the part of COD, right? You see a big difference between COD and BOD. So that means the, like BOD, you can
They are not related with the
even like, you know, like we kind of deal with some recalcitrant compounds. So for example, like, you know, sludge, so one of the
that mainly because from the pharmaceutical products.
sorry,
Pharmaceutical process.
yeah.
Most of them would come from those pharmaceuticals. The ultimate solution for them is landfilling only.
Okay.
But I remember.
Yeah, there could be a lot of, you know, like even, for example, like in North America or in some European countries, actually, before anaerobic digestion, they use a process called thermochemical, thermal treatment or thermal hydrolysis. Like it's very popular in Europe and North America right now. And that thermal hydrolysis is actually done at about 180 or 150 degrees Celsius. So basically you cook the sludge, okay, before you actually send it to the digester. So you completely solubilize. So you have faster process. But then people realize actually at high temperature, actually there are many compounds formed, actually they are recalcitrant. So yes, they are soluble, but they are not actually degradable. So that means they are going to be in the effluent. So yeah, and some of them can be actually toxic to the microbes as well. So yeah, like, and if we talk about wastewater, you see the difference between BOD and COD. So that organics, okay, that is part of COD but not as a part of BOD. That means that is organic but cannot be degraded, right? So if anything cannot be easily degraded, we call them recalcitrant compounds. I think we can continue, right? So okay. So now, so we learned that actually wastewater is characterized based on COD, BOD, suspended solid, nitrogen and phosphorus compounds, and different types of biological indicator like fecal coliform. And now carbonaceous matter. So carbon removal is one of the actually primary goal of wastewater treatment, because we don't want to actually release biodegradable carbon to the environment. And there could be tons of, 1,000 different types of organic compounds in your wastewater, and it's not possible to track everything. So that's why we use a term called oxygen demand. Okay, so this is an indirect measurement of organic matter that we have in our wastewater, because we kind of consider that, okay, if we have organic compound, we can actually oxidize them, right? So we can convert in using oxygen, and we can convert them to carbon dioxide and water. So COD, so basically COD is defined as oxygen demand. How much oxygen you need to completely oxidize that matter or compound. And that can be actually theoretically measured if we know the chemical formula of something, okay? Like in the morning we are talking about chemical formula. If you know the chemical formula, we can theoretically measure, okay, what would be the COD. But definitely, like, there could be tons of different types of organic compound, and we cannot measure, we are not going to know chemical formula for each of them, right? It's not possible. So we can actually measure them using analytical technique, either COD and BOD. But for COD, if we know the chemical formula, we can actually measure theoretical COD equivalent for those compounds. And how to do that? Again, like as we did in the morning, we can actually establish some reaction, okay, and then from that reaction stoichiometry, we can calculate what would be the COD, right? Because COD is mainly oxygen equivalent. How much oxygen is needed to completely oxidize this organic compound? So now let's say an example, C4H8O2, okay. So if we want to completely oxidize that compound, okay, so we want to produce carbon dioxide and water. So let's see how we can actually balance that. We have 4 carbon, right? We have 4 carbon. So that means we are going to produce 4 mole of carbon dioxide, right? And 4 mole of carbon dioxide. And now we have to balance 4 mole of balance oxygen, right? So now we have here, balance actually balance hydrogen, right? So 8. So that means 8 hydrogen here. So that means we need 4 mole of water. Now we can do the oxygen balance, right? First we balance the reactant, the product, and then we need oxygen, right? So we have 2 oxygen here, and here this side you see 8 plus 4, so 12. 4, yes, 12, okay, yeah, so we have 2 already, so 5 mole of oxygen, right? So we have 10 plus, so what I'm actually maybe use the board. Yeah, so let's use the board. Sometimes actually when everything is written, it's C4H8O2, right? Oxygen, and we want to produce carbon dioxide, because when you have oxidation, you are going to produce carbon dioxide and water, right? So first we are going to balance carbon. So we have 4 carbon. So that means we have 4 CO2, right? Now we have hydrogen. We have 8 hydrogen, right? So we need 4 mole of water. Now I have 4 oxygen and 4, 8. 8, 12 oxygen, right? So now I have 2 oxygen already there. So that means I need 5 mole of oxygen. So to completely oxidize this organic compound, 1 mole of this compound, I need 5 mole of oxygen, right? So now if I know the molecular weight of this compound, what would be the molecular weight? So carbon 48 plus 8, 48 plus 8 plus 32, right? 48 plus 8 plus 32. So that means 88. 88 gram per mole. And here 32 multiplied by 5, 160 gram of oxygen. So 88 gram of this compound is equivalent, you know, you need to completely oxidize, you need 160 gram of oxygen. So that means COD equivalent is 160 gram of oxygen divided by 88 gram of that compound, right? So 1.81. So that means COD equivalent of that compound is 1.81 gram of COD per gram of that compound. So per gram of, if you have 1 gram of C4H8O2, actually when you convert it into COD, it's going to be 1.81 gram. Okay. So that is the concept of COD equivalent. So I did it there. Yeah, 1.81, 1.82 we got. I think that's kind of how we rounded the number. But what if we have nitrogen present? In this compound we did not have any nitrogen, right? So but if we have nitrogen present, then we have another product which is ammonia we have to consider. So for example, if I consider C5H7O2N, which is kind of formula for biomass, okay. So if I completely oxidize, I need 5. So we are going to have ammonia. We have to do the nitrogen balance as well, okay. We have 1 mole of ammonia and 5 carbon, so 5 mole of carbon dioxide, and then here I have 1 ammonia, right? So I have 7 hydrogen here, so 3 hydrogen go there, so I need 2 mole of water, okay, and here I need 5 mole of oxygen. If I do the oxygen balance, I have 2 and 12, I already have 2, right? So I need 5 mole like here. So now COD equivalent, so 1 mole of this compound, okay, is equivalent to 5 mole of oxygen, right? So now if I put the molecular weight, it's 113 gram per mole, and this is actually 32 multiplied by 5, 160 gram like we did here. So COD equivalent for this compound going to be 160 divided by 113, right, as we did here. So 160 gram, 160 gram of COD is going to be per 113 gram of this compound. So 160 divided by 113. So each COD equivalent of microbial cell, okay, heterotrophic biomass is 1.42 gram of COD, okay. So why don't we do a practice now? So
Just a quick question.
yes.
For the, this one. So practically where this kind of equation is applicable, because here we are oxidizing the biomass. So practically in wastewater treatment.
Actually, like sometimes what happen, this COD equivalent is very useful when you do the mass balance in your system. So for example, sometimes what happen, you are seeing COD removal, okay, but your VSS removal in the process is not matching. So sometimes what we do, we kind of convert our VSS to COD and see if it matches the number or not.
VSS to COD.
Yeah. So basically, heterotrophic biomass in activated sludge process, it's measured as VSS. Actually, tomorrow when we are going to talk about operation of activated sludge process, we are going to use a term called MLVSS, mixed liquor volatile suspended solid. So that is actually measured as VSS, and that is mostly heterotrophic. Yeah, that is mostly heterotrophic biomass, right? So actually this is actually measured as VSS, volatile suspended solid. So suspended solid is actually, it's solid, but it's also, it can be a part of your BOD as well, okay. So now why not we do one practice, it should not take more than 5 minutes, okay. Can we convert this compound and estimate COD equivalent first, and now 50 milligram per liter of this compound, if I represent as COD, what would be the concentration? Can we do that? So first what we would do, So first write this, you need to balance oxygen, right? And you are going to produce carbon dioxide and water. First we are going to do carbon balance, then hydrogen balance, and then finally do oxygen balance. So how many mole of carbon dioxide we are going to get? 2. How about water? 2. Now I have 2 oxygen, 4. So 4 plus 2, 6. I already have 2, right? So 2. So now what is the molecular weight of this compound? I think it was given 60 gram per mole. And 2/3 oxygen, so 64 gram of oxygen, right? So 64 divided by, so COD equivalent of this compound is 64 divided by 60 gram of COD, gram of C2H4O2. I think it's 1.07, right? Yeah. 1.06 gram of COD per gram of C2H4O2, right? So now this is COD equivalent. Now the second part of the question, 50 milligram per liter. So 1 gram of this compound gonna give 1.06 gram of COD. So now 50 gram gonna give 50 multiplied by 1.06. Okay. So 50 milligram per liter of C2H4O2 is gonna be 1.06 multiplied by 50 milligram per liter of COD. 53.32, yes. Anyway, I have that here there, maybe instead of my handwriting that would be better. So 1.07 I got, okay, and then 53.5 I got, which is pretty close. I think it depends on how you rounded the number.
So we have to calculate in milligrams, right?
Yeah.
We have to calculate in grams, then we have to divide by 1000.
Yeah, 1000, yeah.
I did that actually.
Okay. Yeah. But typically most of the guidelines they are in milligram per liter, right? So that's why you go with milligram per liter. But when you do mass balance, you go with gram or kilogram, like when you actually kind of doing some mass balance for the whole system. All right. So now, for chemical oxygen demand, okay. So now let's move on. Okay, I think you can solve this problem. So all organic compounds can be actually completely oxidized to carbon dioxide using strong oxidizing agent like potassium dichromate or potassium, like I think permanganate, right? So typically, so using chemical agents, so when we use like some strong oxidizing agent, we can actually like convert everything, right? So we can convert everything. So that is going to actually give us COD, chemical oxygen demand. And typically like for chemical oxygen demand, there are two types of chemical oxygen demand that is actually measured for wastewater. One is total, one is soluble. So total actually represent like everything, like anything dissolved, anything in suspended or anything particulate. Sometimes there is another term is used called particulate. Okay, so suspended and particulate sometimes the same thing. Okay, so sometimes we want to see, okay, what portion of organic in solid and what portion in dissolved form. Okay, so that's why both are actually done. And you can either actually prepare those reagent using chemical, or you can buy commercial actually reagent. Like for example, like North America, most of the industries they use this kit called Hack kit, okay, which is actually very popular for those analysis. And fractionation of COD, okay, so based on the size of the organic matter, okay. So some organic could be in particulate form, some organic could be in like dissolved form. So there are two types of COD measurement is done for wastewater treatment. One is soluble COD. So typically we filtered the sample using 0.45 micrometer membrane filter, and that soluble part is actually called soluble COD or SCOD, and anything bigger than this. So sometimes we do sample analysis without any filtration. Okay, so that means any organics either soluble or dissolved, okay, or suspended, okay, everything is there, which is actually going to give you total COD. And when you do the after filtration, that's going to give you soluble COD. So based on the difference, so if you measure the total COD and soluble COD, from the difference you are going to get particulate COD. So what portion of organics in particulate form? Okay, because think about, like when we design some system like remove particulate material like secondary settling tank, right? It remove particulate, it cannot remove any dissolved organic, right? So that's why we also need to know the fractionation. So typically this kind of analysis is done for rapid monitoring and basic design of treatment process. But for advanced design, you have to go with like some advanced fractionation of COD. So, and both fraction, like soluble part and particulate part, you have both biodegradable and non-biodegradable fraction. Okay, so you have two things, soluble, particulate, and for both of them you have biodegradable and non-biodegradable. Actually, I have another table here. So you can see total COD, okay, you can have two portion, one is biodegradable, one is non-biodegradable, okay, and under biodegradable you have two things, one is readily biodegradable and one is slowly biodegradable, because there are some organics are biodegradable, but not necessarily they are going to be actually like degraded very quickly. Some of them, if they are insoluble, okay, typically some organic compounds, they are easy to degrade, okay, but some organic compounds, okay, for example some particulate organics, okay, could be biodegradable, but they need to be hydrolyzed first, okay, then microbes can use their soluble product, right? So they are considered as actually slowly biodegradable COD. And on the other hand, for non-biodegradable, you can have the same thing. Non-biodegradable, they are a portion could be soluble and other portion could be particulate. And why this is actually important in wastewater treatment plant design, because soluble is actually readily biodegradable, it's mainly soluble and available for biodegradation. So that part, so if we know the complete fractionation of our COD, we are going to know, okay, that part of organic going to be quickly removed in the process. But particulate organics that is slowly biodegradable, we know that, okay, that part can be biodegraded, okay, but it's going to take some more time than readily biodegradable. But now non-biodegradable soluble. Non-biodegradable soluble means something is soluble, it's in dissolved form, but it cannot be degraded by microbes. Okay, and in wastewater, think about wastewater treatment process. It can remove, if something is non-biodegradable, it can be still removed as sludge, right? But if something is dissolved and non-biodegradable, it cannot be actually removed in any process. It is going to be in the final effluent. Always going to be it's present in the effluent. Okay, and some non-biodegradable particulate COD. Okay, so that is particulate material. Okay, that is kind of inorganic. Sorry, that is organic, but that cannot be degraded by microbes. But still, it's going to be in the sludge, right? So when actually solid is settled out from the system, still it's going to be there. Okay, but even if you send them to anaerobic digestion process, it's not going to be degraded. It's going to be in the residual that is actually coming from anaerobic digestion process. So that's why, so this kind of detailed fractionation is done mostly for modeling, okay, not for regular monitoring of treatment facilities. So they are not typically done by operator. They are typically done by, this kind of fractionation is mostly done by consulting companies. Okay, so if you work in consulting companies, and if you, let's say, working with some municipalities to help them to kind of simulate their process or optimizing their process, this kind of fractionation is done. Okay, and there is, I would say, different modeling software actually use different kind of fractionation. So there is no standard method. Okay, different modeling software, they kind of prefer different types of analysis. Okay, so that's why this is kind of like a little bit more detail. Okay, when you do some advanced design, you are gonna, I just wanted to put this slide, okay, there, because at least you are familiar with the term. So COD doesn't mean, even biodegradable COD doesn't mean that it's going to be biodegraded easily. Okay, it can be slowly biodegradable. Some part is like when we do simple calculation, we kind of like some sort of go with some composite number, right? So but if you want to do detailed modeling, okay, you need this kind of fractionation. But more or less, like we are going to focus on this for this course material. Okay. So biochemical oxygen demand. So a part of that COD is going to be actually can be degraded by microbes, and we call this as a biodegradable portion. Okay. So and that is actually called BOD. So it represents the biologically degradable organic fraction of COD. So BOD, so that's why BOD values should be always less than COD, right? Because BOD is a part of COD and measured as that amount of oxygen that is used by microbes to oxidize organic compound. So BOD is defined as the oxygen demand that is actually required for like microbial oxidation. How much oxygen that is going to be utilized by microbes to degrade organic compound. That is kind of indirect measurement. So you don't measure the organic compound, instead you measure, okay, how much oxygen is utilized by the microbes to degrade the organics, right? Because instead of measuring the organics, we are measuring the dissolved oxygen. Okay, how much dissolved oxygen is actually utilized by microbes. That can give us an indirect indication of how much organic compound is there that can be biodegraded. Okay, and most of the time, like what happened, like we use some sort of aerobic bioassay. Okay, so we have some bioassay where we put our wastewater sample, we put some microbes, okay, and we put some, provide them with enough dissolved oxygen, okay, and then after 5 days of incubation period, we kind of go back and check the DO. So we know the initial DO, and after 5 days we measure the DO again. So from the difference in dissolved oxygen concentration, you can measure the BOD, because we kind of So let's say you start with 8 milligram per liter dissolved oxygen. After 5 days, you should see lower dissolved oxygen. Okay, so that means some dissolved oxygen was utilized by microbes to degrade organic compound, and that is kind of representing the BOD in your wastewater. Okay, and the standard protocol is 5-day BOD. Okay, because most of the regulatory guidelines, they also actually use BOD 5 days BOD. So, and typical BOD 5 to COD ratio in municipal wastewater is 0.66. Okay, and typically effluent discharge standard is 5 to 30 milligram BOD 5. I think I was putting 15. Okay, but yeah, 5 could be like some countries 5 could be a regulation, but I don't know.
California.
Yeah. But I know most of the time it's 15 or in Canada, in most of the provinces we have 25.
It's very hard to maintain 5.
Yeah, but I know that at least in our city, the wastewater treatment plant, I think they are mostly around 10 they are maintaining, but provincial guideline is 25. So we use this kind of setup. Okay, we call it like BOD, like equipment or BOD bottle. Okay, so what we do, we take and typical volume of this kind of bottle is 300 ml. Okay, and this is kind of standard. So we take a certain volume of sample in the bottle, and then we add dilution water and aerobic microbes. So what is dilution water? So we have water that is kind of we kind of purge it with oxygen or air for like let's say couple of hours to make sure that dissolved oxygen concentration is really high, like about 8 milligram per liter, and then we add some microbes in there, and that is microbes and nutrients in there. And so basically the wastewater sample is the food. Okay, and the dilution water with microbes, it's kind of a nutrients, it's kind of the microbes. Okay, so then you add dilution water and aerobic microbes, and then you measure the initial dissolved oxygen level, and then you incubate the bottle at 20 degrees Celsius for about 5 days in the dark. Okay, and after 5 days you come back, you measure the DO level again, and you measure the final DO, and from the difference, okay, we can get, so we know we are going to know the initial DO and we are going to know the final DO, and then from the difference we can measure BOD of your sample. Okay, BOD 5. So how we can do that? We can do simple mass balance. So we can calculate the mass of initial BOD in the sample and mass of DO decreased, because we kind of assume that DO decreased is kind of representing the BOD in your sample, right? So we know the volume of sample. Okay, and BOD, this is something we want to estimate, and we know the volume of our bottle, right? So which is typically 300 ml, and we know the initial DO and we know the final DO, because we are going to measure in the beginning of our experiment and after 5 days, and then we can actually calculate the BOD. So you can see on left side we know everything. We know the volume of sample, we know the volume of bottle, we know the initial DO, we know the final DO. So based on that we can estimate what is the BOD level in our sample. But in this kind of if your difference between initial and final DO is less than 2 milligram per liter, or if you see final DO is less than 1 milligram per liter, typically this kind of data is not considered as reliable. Okay, and why is that? Because if you have like difference is less than 2 milligram per liter, that means maybe like there might be some sort of toxicity that actually DO was not properly utilized, or another reason could be your BOD concentration is really low. Okay, if you have like less than 1 milligram per liter, there might be some situation that you don't have enough dissolved oxygen there. Actually, BOD concentration is really high, and microbes, they don't have enough DO in there. Okay, so that's why
one possibility could be due to the lower limit of detection.
Lower limit of detection.
Because here you have
It actually also depends on the how much sample you put. So typically, when we do BOD analysis, we try different volume of sample. Okay, so BOD analysis is not as reproducible as COD analysis. COD, maybe you know you are going to get very reproducible number, but BOD error is quite high. It's sometimes it could be more than 10%. So that's why what we do, even standard method actually suggests that for BOD you try at least different volume to make sure that you can get some reliable data. Okay, so I have an example here. Using the following BOD test data, estimate average BOD5 for a wastewater sample. Standard 300 ml bottles were used, and you can see in this example we used a different sample volume 5, 10, 15, 20, 35 ml, and we have initial and final DO reading. Okay, so now if you see the difference between initial and final DO, some of them is close to 2 milligram per liter. Okay, and some of them, like it was like really final DO was less than 1 milligram per liter, right? We started with 7.75, final is less than 1 milligram per liter, right? So that means number 1, number 3 and number 5 may not be reliable. Okay, so if I use the data, I am going to only use number 2 and number 4. Okay, so now we can calculate BOD using this equation. Okay, so number 2 is giving me 111, and number 4 is giving me 87 milligram per liter. Okay, so if I have to use the data, I will just take the average one. Okay, so our BOD gonna be 100 milligram per liter. Okay, so now the question is whether 5 days is enough for microbes to degrade all the biodegradable organics. What do you think? Actually, it's not enough. Okay, 5 days may not, still there might be some remaining BOD. Okay, but now the question, and that is actually so the maximum BOD that you can have in your sample, we define it as ultimate BOD in our sample. Okay, or the maximum BOD that we can have in our sample. And during 5 days, only 60 to 70% of the total BOD is actually consumed. Now, and typical BOD ultimate to BOD5 ratio for municipal wastewater is 1.5. Now the question is, with 5 days we get 60 to 70%. So how long we have to wait for ultimate BOD? Okay, so well, some book actually kind of or some researcher looked into that, and they kind of were suggesting that maybe 20 days would be enough to get ultimate, or could be more than that. Okay, so there is a very wide range reported. Okay, so there is no I would say universal number. Okay, you know how many days I can wait and I can get ultimate BOD. Yeah. So sometimes, so now for ultimate BOD, what we can do, we can, yes, if we can have 3-day data, we can still try to estimate some approximate number for ultimate BOD. And how we can do that? We can do that using kinetics. Okay. So we can estimate ultimate BOD using BOD degradation kinetics. So here within, you can see over time things are changing, right? BOD is changing. Yes, DO level is changing. So based on the DO utilization rate, okay, we can use that kinetics to estimate what is the ultimate BOD in your sample. So for example, if BOD degradation rate is dL by dt, okay, is proportional to the, so if we consider it's a, that degradation rate follow first order kinetics, okay, so first order kinetics, then we know that the kinetics, it's actually, it's going to be proportional to the concentration of remaining compound. So BOD degradation rate dL by dt is proportional to the amount of remaining BOD at time t, okay, and temperature, okay. So dL by dt, we put a minus because we consider that it's going to be decreasing, right, over time. It's degradation rate, so we put a minus. It's proportional to the remaining BOD at time, okay. So let's say the remaining BOD is L, okay. So this is more like where I put the, okay, it's in my pocket. So it's going to be proportional to the remaining BOD, right? So now we can have a proportional constant there. So we consider this is K. So that is actually basically degradation coefficient. So K is the rate constant, okay, that depends on temperature. So if I integrate this equation, that's going to yield to this, like from time 0 to time t, okay, if I integrate, then I will come up with this equation, LT equal to L naught. So this is basically initial BOD, okay, e to the power minus KT. So K is the rate constant and T is time, right? So L naught is the initial BOD or ultimate BOD. Initially what you have, that is your maximum, right? So that is your ultimate BOD. And LT is after incubation period. So let's say if you have 3 days or 4 days, depending on how much time you are putting your sample for incubation. So after that, whatever is the remaining, let's say after 5 days. So let's say your ultimate BOD is 500 milligram per liter, okay, but in 5-day BOD, so let's say your ultimate BOD is 500 milligram per liter and your BOD 5 is, let's say, 300 milligram per liter. So this is your L naught, right? This is your L naught. And what is this? This is your BOD 5, but this is not LT. LT is 500 minus 300. So that means 200 milligram per liter BOD is remaining after incubation period, right? And your T is going to be 5 days if you do 5-day BOD, okay? So now if I look into the graph, like, you know, if I draw a graph remaining BOD and incubation time, you are going to see, so this is maximum initial BOD, L naught, okay? And after some time, you have like LT is the remaining BOD, okay? So that means the difference between L naught and LT, okay, let's consider this is Y. This is the BOD that is actually like consumed during process, okay? Okay. So Y is the BOD removed during the process, and LT is the remaining after the incubation time. So now the Y is going to be L naught, which is ultimate BOD, minus LT. Okay. And we already in previous slide we kind of have this equation, okay, first order kinetic equation. So if I put that, so the BOD that is removed during the incubation period, we can calculate that using this equation, L naught 1 minus e to the power minus kT. Okay. So if I have that BOD 5, so my equation gonna look like BOD 5 equal to BOD ultimate 1 minus e to the power minus 5, because time t 5 days, and k, right? And k is rate constant. It depends on temperature. Okay. If k is constant, your BOD and ultimate BOD relationship gonna be constant. Okay. But if k changes, then that also gonna change, because the temperature, it impact the kinetics, right, degradation kinetics. So how we can actually estimate the, so typically for wastewater, K is from 0.1 to 0.23 per day at 20 degrees Celsius, but let's say you do your BOD test at 25 degrees Celsius. Now what you are going to do? You have to estimate a new value for your K, right? And we can actually get that from Van Hoff Arrhenius equation, so which is this equation that kind of can help you to estimate kinetic parameter at different temperature. So if we know the K value at 20 degrees Celsius, and if we need the value for 25 degrees Celsius, I can just actually use this equation and estimate new kinetic parameter. Okay. So where K1 is the degradation rate at temperature T1, okay, and K2 is T2 degrees Celsius. But yeah, like if you have the value at 15 degrees Celsius, and if you want to estimate at 25 degrees Celsius, you can simply use this equation and do that. And typically theta is temperature coefficient. It's from for biological wastewater treatment process, it's from 1.03 to 1.25, which is kind of constant as well. So please carefully check the temperature. So when you actually do any problem, like make sure that you have the exact temperature. Okay, this is very important. Otherwise, you may end up with different, because ultimately that temperature gonna impact your estimated BOD values, right? And you don't wanna actually mess up, like if you have different things at different temperature. So new rate constant should be calculated if temperature changes. But now, yes, we do 5-day BOD, even 3-day BOD. Like when you are in rush, you can decide, okay, you know what, I can throw it for 5 days. I want to actually estimate 3-day BOD and want to use these kinetics to estimate my ultimate BOD. Okay, but that may not always give you reliable result. Okay, so typically first order kinetic model is not always cannot fit BOD data, because BOD is determined by microbial action, right? And microbial kinetics, it's not going to be the same. At high concentration, growth could be higher. At low concentration of substrate, actually growth could be lower. So it's not like follow perfect first order kinetics. So now that can actually it's not a steady process ultimately. So microbes, they have like kinetics can be affected by many different things. So that means another important thing is actually nitrogenous BOD. So here we are talking about only the BOD that is coming from carbon, but in CBOD. But in wastewater, you may have some nitrogenous BOD. So for example, if you have protein, ammonia, they can also contribute to some BOD. So they can also actually use so for example, nitrifying microbes, they can also use DO, right? So for nitrification process, you also need oxygen. So how do you know that actually some nitrifying microbes are not there? right? So that can also can actually, there could be some oxygen demand for nitrogenous compound like ammonia, protein. So, but typically, because nitrification process, I was talking like, nitrification is the slowest step in wastewater treatment plant. So sometimes you may not see 5 days BOD, you may not see actually NBOD or nitrogenous BOD. So 5 days BOD, it's mostly carbonaceous BOD. But if you do the incubation for more than 7 or 10 days, you might see, like some nitrogenous BOD. And at that time, actually, carb gonna look like this. So you have a BOD measurement like this, and then you are gonna see a bump if you actually kind of put increase the incubation period for a really longer time. But again, here we are gonna mainly talk about carbonaceous BOD. So now let's see the equation that we have, how we can actually use them for BOD analysis. So if BOD at 15 degrees Celsius, it's 425 milligram per liter, calculate ultimate BOD, assume that the K value at 20 degrees Celsius is 0.23 per day, theta is fixed 1.05. So now we have data for BOD3, okay. Just Dr. Mal was telling that actually some, like people, they are actually really rush on time and they measured BOD3. Actually, this is quite common. This is not So BOD3, we have 15 degrees Celsius data, okay, at 425. So now I want to estimate ultimate BOD, okay, and we have the K value at 20 degrees Celsius. So what I have to do, first I have to estimate a K value at 15 degrees Celsius, right? And then I'm going to use that equation to estimate ultimate BOD, because if I use this K value, that's not going to give me an accurate number, okay. So now K1, which is 0.23, so now using Vent-Hoff-Arrhenius equation, I can estimate K2, because I know I have 15 and 20 degrees Celsius. So K2 is 0.18, okay. It's going to be little bit lower because temperature is lower, so rate constant going to be lower as well, right, at low temperature. So now I have K2. So now, and I have that equation that we have developed here, X is the day, right. So now I have BOD3 data. So I have X is 3 days. So BOD3 data is 425 milligram per liter. So I can basically simply plug those number that I have. So BOD ultimate for this sample gonna be 1018 milligram per liter, okay. Now second example, 2 samples of wastewater are being compared, okay. One is from domestic source and other is from industrial source. The values for K for domestic and industrial wastewater are 0.15 per day and 0.35 per day. If BOD5 for both sample is the same, estimate the ultimate BOD for each sample, okay. So now we use this equation for domestic waste. We have the K value, we have the BOD5, okay, and we want to estimate ultimate BOD, right. So for domestic wastewater, we have BOD 500 milligram per liter. Sorry, it should be 100, okay, not 120. I can correct that. So we are getting BOD ultimate 189 milligram per liter, okay. For industrial wastewater, although the BOD 5 is same, 100 milligram per liter, we are actually getting a different value for ultimate BOD, okay. So that means, like, sometimes BOD 5 could be same for different sample, but not necessarily your ultimate BOD gonna be same, okay. So here, like 2 samples, they had same BOD 5. It's kind of like some sort of randomly somehow it's kind of like the same, but not necessarily it mean that actually ultimate BOD gonna be the same, because it's gonna be depending on ultimately the degradation kinetics. So now let's do a simple practice problem, okay, on that. I love practice problems. So so in a laboratory BOD test, 8 ml of wastewater with no okay, but maybe first let me write the equation, okay, otherwise you cannot solve that, right? Okay, I will write that equation there. So okay, so equation is BOD X BOD ultimate 1 minus KT. Here I can put X, right? Here X is the incubation time. Okay, so now let's go back to our problem statement. Okay, in a lab, oh, actually that's a different one. That is actually the first example that we did. So basically this is V of sample, BOD, V of bottle, DO naught minus V of bottle, right? You also need this equation for the first problem. So in laboratory BOD test, 8 ml wastewater sample with no dissolved oxygen, okay, is mixed with 292 ml of dilution water containing 8.9 milligram of DO. So what we are saying, we are doing a BOD test. We have 8 ml sample, wastewater sample, and there is no DO there, okay, and we are adding 292 ml of dilution water where you already have microbes, and the DO is 8.9 milligram per liter. So after 5 days, the final DO in the bottle is 3.4 milligram per liter. Okay, so what would be the BOD 5 of the wastewater? So we have to do a simple mass balance, right? The equation that we learned. So can we do that? Yes. Yeah, you can, but for this problem, okay, let's solve this problem and then I will answer your question, okay. Yeah, why I did not put like V bottle initial minus final, okay. So that was your question, right?
If V bottle is same, then the sample we are taking, if the sample is same as V bottle.
Oh, so okay, you cannot just put your sample, because you have to put your sample. Sample is your substrate or food for microbes. You also need to provide microbes in there, right? So if you provide, let's say, put 300 ml of wastewater, nothing gonna happen after 5 days, right? Because you don't have any microbes there, you don't have any DO there, okay. But can we do that? You have the equation here, I wrote it on the board. One 197.5. I think it is correct. Yeah, 197.35. I got. Okay, good. Everyone got the same? Everyone got the same number or not yet? Okay. So what did you get? Actually, there was a trick in the question. So for like it's not initial DO in the bottle. It was initial DO only in the dilution water, right? So if you just consider V bottle here, it's gonna be wrong. You need to consider just the volume of dilution water. That's why I wrote again mass of DO decreased. Okay. So now if you see here, so this is the equation, but our case, like we don't have actually initial DO in the bottle. We just have the DO for the dilution water. So that's why I consider the volume of dilution water. Okay. This is kind of like the initial mass of DO because there was no DO in the sample itself, right? And for the final, we have the for the bottle. Okay, so that's why, like if you use the bottle here, then you are gonna get a wrong number. Okay, so it's 197.35. Okay, any question? Okay, let's move on to the practice problem. And believe me, this is the last practice problem for today. So if BOD5 of a wastewater sample is 300 milligram per liter at 20 degrees Celsius, the amount of biodegradable organic matter remaining in the sample after 5 days is equivalent to 100 milligram per liter. Okay, calculate BOD7 for the sample at 25 degrees Celsius. You need this equation. So what would be the ultimate BOD for this sample? Okay, even without doing anything, like can you just 400, right? So ultimate BOD is 400 because after 5 days that was 100 milligram per liter was remaining. So now what we should do, we have to do the, so using this equation, I know the ultimate BOD, right? And I know 5-day BOD, okay? So that means I can get a value for K, right? So now for 25 degrees Celsius, using Van 't Hoff-Arrhenius equation, I need to estimate another new value for K, right, at 25 degrees Celsius. And then now I know the ultimate BOD. Now I want to estimate BOD 7 at 25 degrees Celsius. So I have a new K here, and I can actually, and BOD ultimate I already know, so I can estimate BOD 7. Okay. So I know that all of you are kind of exhausted, so I'm going to show you the solution. So BOD 5 300 milligram per liter, and remaining BOD after 5 days is 100 milligram per liter. So that means ultimate BOD is 400 milligram per liter. So from that and this equation, I can estimate the value for K. So value for K is 0.25 per day. Okay, and this is at 20 degrees Celsius. Now I want to estimate BOD 7 at 25 degrees Celsius, right? So that means I need to estimate a new value for K, which is 0.31. So using Van 't Hoff-Arrhenius equation, 0.31. Obviously at 25 degrees Celsius it's going to be faster, right, the degradation. So now I can plug those numbers. BOD ultimate I already know 400 milligram per liter, K2 I know 0.31, and now I want to estimate BOD 7 days. So it's going to be 354.3 milligram per liter. Okay. So now the very last topic for today is suspended solid or particulate matter. So we talked about organics, but we know that a portion of organics, okay, gonna be in suspended form. Even there are gonna be some inorganic in suspended form or particulate form. That is gonna be some, if it's organic, and maybe it can be actually degraded in the process by microbes. But if it's inorganics, okay, but suspended solid, that is actually going to contribute to our sludge production in the process. Okay. So suspended solid refer to the suspended or dissolved. Okay. Sorry, solid refer to the suspended or dissolved. Okay. So total solid, you have suspended, you have dissolved. And domestic wastewater typically designed for suspended solid removal, not for dissolved solid removal. Okay. So that's why, if you remember the regulatory limit that I put on the board for BOD 5, 25 15 to 30 milligram per liter, suspended solid 15 to 30 milligram per liter. So wastewater treatment process, they are designed for suspended solid removal, and typical discharge regulation is 25 milligram per liter SS. Okay. And SS is typically removed by sedimentation or biological process. If there is biodegradable, it can be in biological process, but if it's not biodegradable, the only option is during sedimentation process. They can actually can leave the system as sludge. So total solid, we have two things. We have total suspended solid and total dissolved solid. Okay, but these suspended solid include both. It include organic and inorganic. Okay. So we can actually further divide the total suspended solid into two fractions. One is volatile suspended solid and one is fixed suspended solid. We can do the same for dissolved solid. We can have volatile dissolved solid, we can have fixed dissolved solid. Okay. So when we say fixed, that means nothing can be done, right? This is fixed. So fixed means inorganic. Okay. So it cannot be actually degraded in the process. Okay. It can only be in the sludge. So and volatile solid means actually it's volatile at a high temperature. You can actually get rid of that. Okay. Or some of them can be organic and can be degraded by the microbes. If you have, so that VSS is basically your slowly biodegradable COD. You remember that the fractionation that I was telling, it could be your slowly biodegradable COD. So ultimately that actually, and even that volatile suspended solid, some part actually, some modeling software, they consider that actually some portion going to be biodegradable and some portion going to be still non-biodegradable. Yes, this VSS is organic, but that not necessarily biodegradable, right? So COD it's organic, but that not necessarily it's kind of 100% biodegradable, right? The same thing for VSS. VSS indicate organic solid, but some portion could be biodegradable, some portion could be non-biodegradable. And that VSS represent particulate COD in your wastewater. Okay? So that thing represent particulate COD in your wastewater. So if you measure particulate COD, okay, so that is kind of an indication also how much VSS you have in your system. So we consider that actually if we completely oxidize the VSS, okay, we get actually what we get is particulate COD. Okay. So and TSS minus VSS is or VSS plus FSS, it's actually your TSS, total suspended solid. Okay. And fixed suspended solid, it's always inorganic, cannot be degraded, can be removed as sludge, and typical VSS to TSS ratio in wastewater domestic sewage is 0.75. So almost 75% is actually volatile or organic, and only 25% is inorganic solid in our wastewater. Okay? Yes. Yeah, so actually I'm getting that into my next slide. Okay, so how we can measure that TSS different fractionation. So first we take wastewater sample, we filter them, okay, either 1.2 or 1.5. Okay, both are mostly, I think most widely used is 1.2, even we use 1.2 in our lab. And then you put that sample at 105 degrees Celsius. Okay, so it's kind of like, you know, higher than boiling temperature of water, so you get rid of all the moisture content you have. Okay, so after that you measure the weight again, and what you get is actually total suspended solid. Okay, it got organic and inorganic both. Now we actually take the sample and put it in furnace for 500 to 550 degrees Celsius. Okay, and at 500 to 550 degrees Celsius, you should be able to combust any organics you have in there.
So I guess it's better to put on 550, safe side.
550, yeah, typically 550, but you know, like some labs they also use 500. Okay, so 550 degrees Celsius, you get rid of any kind of volatile matter. Okay, and what left is basically inorganic.
Can we say that we can get rid of any kind of organic matter?
Yeah. So what left is we call it ash. Ash means inorganic, right? So from the difference, okay, you had this one, you had TSS, and during this process, in the next step, you get rid of all the VSS. So what left is actually basically FSS, right? So based on the difference, you can estimate your volatile solid content in your or volatile suspended solid in your wastewater sample.
Is there any time duration at 500 or 550?
About 15 minutes. 5 to 15 minutes is enough. Actually, depending on sample, when you do actually solid waste, we kind of leave it for really long time. But for wastewater sludge, it's kind of very quick. Yeah. Yeah, this kind of thermogravimetric method is also used for solid waste. But for solid waste, because it's like very heterogeneous, right? And your heat distribution is not good. So that's why sometimes you have to keep it for really long time. You have to take the sample out, and over time you have to see whether there is further, weight loss or not. Okay. So for solid waste, sometimes it's tricky, but wastewater, if you keep 5 to 15 minutes for at 500 degrees Celsius you should get rid of everything, because sludge is quite homogeneous, right? Yeah. All right, so this is the end of today's session, at least from my end. I'm not sure whether Dr. Mal is, oh, he is not going to. Okay, so
Student must be
exhausted. Okay. So thank you so much, and see you tomorrow morning. Oops.
Okay, so we are ending here today. I will send the lecture notes by the evening in your email ID. I will just be to wait another 15 minutes.
Thank you.
तो सही लगा हुआ तो बीच बीच क्यों बच अभी तो फुल चल रहा है अभी तो चार दिखा रहा हूँ